future. I okay, good. Good. Morning.
Major. Do you want to pull a call?
Today, betul.
Yeah. So other companies, not like a group.
Okay.
Open up a group there,
Hmm.
then just have me to write down your name, IC, and then your email address. Just let me to type in your name, IC, and email address. So with the attendance, the certificate,
Purpose and name and
name, IC, and email address. So you want to go to the hard copy manual is there. Soft copy manual should be in the laptop. Later you can grab it. Given trainer will guide you on that. And then switch are there. You need to go to washroom straight to your right. You want to make your own make coffee. Hey,
Yeah.
met before, right? I mean, you came here before, right? Then you know. Mr.
Mr. O.
OH, Mr. O is first time.
Yeah.
I just give a quick introduction.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm the manager, training organizer, later. Mr. Divyan will be your trainer. So we have two company names. Gas Automation Services and Gas Automation System Training Centre, PLC. My boss, Mr. Sundresan, is now retired due to his health condition in age. He's not, I think he's 75 really now.
Huh?
75.
75, I think it's
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. He succumbed to his stroke in 2022.
Oh,
Total training over here, that suddenly the symptom comes up.
oh, okay.
So we had to force him to retire.
Ah.
He need to go his place.
Hmm.
So his background,
Hmm.
he was an instrumentation engineer.
Ah.
And he was serving under Royal Air Force
Okay.
as a technician. He after completed his service, he did his degree in instrumentation engineering in Royal Australian Air Force there. And then after completed his service during 90s time here Singapore was doing
Hmm.
he's from Kedah.
Okay. Oh.
He's from Kedah, then he came down here, looked for a job in Singapore, then settled here, then did his industrial automation diploma in Nanyang Poly. Then after that, he become passionate with PLC. Become very passionate with PLC.
Ah.
First PLC touch point was the S5, the
Ah.
older model.
Yeah.
Then after that, he slowly grew up in Bradley, Mitsubishi, Omron, Kia, and so on. And he have worked in many companies. I almost got me. So not only in Singapore, he used to do project in China, Indonesia, and then he did travel to Germany as well. Then he met up with one of his partner, Mr. Andreas, and they both put up in Singapore, Gas Automation Services, SG. Then they mostly focus on project and services for pharmaceutical plants and a lot of automation, commissioning and all. Then in 2012, we opened up this company. First, we kickstart as a service provider and project. We handle projects also. Then in 2014, we registered ourselves as a training provider, HRDCorp. Because the main thing he doesn't want is all the experience, all the knowledge he gain. You cannot get this kind of knowledge.
Yes.
In university, normally you don't get it.
Yes.
So no,
You need to have a lot of exposure.
a lot of exposure. He don't want his knowledge all to follow with him to the grave. So he wanted to share it with everyone here. So he opened up this company. Then I joined in 2014 and I handled all the marketing for him. And Mr. Tivian, he joined in 2015. From Poly graduate, and he did his studies in UTM as well. So he's basically trained by my boss. And now he becomes a senior trainer. So since 2014 until now, we have trained more than 3,000 plus. I think almost in 4K. Economy nation. I don't know how foreigners, miners, he also showed up. Matsali also showed up once. So we just keep on going. Okay. So this training will be Siemens S7-1200 PLC basic to advanced. Timing will be 9 to 5. What time you want to have 50 break lunch or it's really flexible. Yep. So at the end of the training, consultation is completely free and certificate will be provided. Digital copy I will email to you. A copy I will give it to you on the day 5 of the training. Okay. So,
by the way, this one, are we able to claim tax exemption for the training fees?
this one is under company. Under company. That one, this one you need to ask for HR because they directly pay to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether they
Because
can or not.
first
I
they
just
wanted to
asked,
apply on the HRDCorp, is it? Oh, no, this one, okay. But last time also they apply. Oh, yeah, they never apply on the HRD. Under HRDCorp means it's claimable.
Oh, okay. No, very important. You can just claim.
You can be the just try to inquire with your HR and see. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just pass it to you and start training that. Yeah.
Or you bring your laptop, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Use your laptop. Okay. So you bring your PLC as well?
Yeah.
PLC or HMI. Okay. You have your program, right?
Yeah. 70.
Or you're using 7?
What is the password for
1, 2.
1, 2?
Yeah. Okay, so what you do, you create a folder here in the desktop, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, right click,
Create a folder.
yeah, new folder. Okay, put your name. So So later, once we finish the training, we can copy the files. Okay. So for now, you can use this. You can select that. I don't know. You can use mine. Because I thought you bringing the last time the big one.
That one.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you use? This one can also no issue.
Yeah, I think it's
It's
the same.
It's the same. It's the
Yeah.
same. Okay.
I think it's okay.
I'm
Maybe if I just want, I use.
later the HMI you can use this lah. For PLC can use this one. Same. Internet port right?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is the Paris.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, that day he contacted me. Some issue with the one PLC hardware.
Oh,
S7. No, ED200.
PT,
Ah,
some troubleshooting.
yeah. No. The 1002 with the extension module. Some power supply issue. So he messaged me, then I said, okay, try this one. Then he said, still the power supply is, want to jump the power supply, but the power supply is not enough. Supposed to get 24 volt, but I think it's getting how much? 12 something. Then I say, okay, never mind. We don't know where is the problem. So I say, you just use the external power supply. So once you use the external power supply, then it's okay. Because on and off, it will contact me like some issue. This one issue.
Thank you.
Okay. Now go to Siemens TIA.
Siemens TIA.
Yeah. Okay, we start the basic first. Okay, introduction Siemens TIA model. Second one.
Introduction to
Yeah. Okay. Make it in the slide. So this training will be Siemens TIA model training. Okay. So here currently we are using version 18. So yours version 17 is it?
Yeah.
17, 18 are almost similar. Okay. Next. Okay. So what is PLC? Okay. PLC. Have you done any PLC before?
yes, basic one.
Basic one. What PLC?
Last time is Omron.
Okay.
Omron.
Omron.
10 years ago.
9 years ago lah. Okay, this one. Omron is here.
I have idea how the things work.
How the thing works lah.
Basic one.
The basic the concept lah.
Concept.
Basic concept. So we know PLC is a controller, right? Controller to to automate or control your system. Okay. So normally we use for industrial purpose. Okay. To if you want to use for house, all can use, but it's costly. For the household, we have a small controller.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Next. Okay, so this one is about the Siemens. Okay, Siemens started in 1958 with the relay controllers. Initially, it's not a PLC, it's a relay controller. Then slowly they develop into a programmable controller. Then they come up with a step 5 CPU, which is this one. Very old. This one is used before. Used before. This one late
No, I
70s.
use like
Seen before lah. Okay.
inside my equipment.
Yeah. Because this one is a late 70s lah, 79. They launched this one, and this one lasts for I think until 1995. Because 1995 they come up with the S7-300. But still some companies still using this one. I think more than 40 plus years. Still some company using this one. they use the windows, the DOS space, the blue color window, right? Okay, the DOS space. So, as per Siemens, this is the 5th generation, that's why they call step 5. Okay, but as a PLC, as a programmable controller, this is the 1st generation.
Okay.
Before that, it's a relay controller.
Okay.
Then after this, they come up with these models. So 200 is for this one. Okay, 200 is for smaller system. Similar concept to this one. Okay. Then 300 is this one. 300, this is 400, the big one. 300, 400, and ET200. So these three is for medium to bigger systems. Like bigger system, they will use the 400. Like a medium, they will use this one. Even this one also can control bigger systems. Can control up to 1,000 of IOs.
Okay.
But what is the difference between the 400 is 400 can do redundancy. You know, you have a main PLC, then you have a redundant PLC. Okay. If let's say the main PLC will control your system. If the main fails, the redundant take over. So any system that is like 24/7 must run, right? Like oil and gas, power plant, all that are being used. Okay, the 400. Because only the 400 can do redundant. But for that also they have a model. Because this is the 400 also, but this one cannot do redundant. They have a specific model. That model only can do redundant. Okay. Then this one is the 90s lah. Okay. Then in 2010, they come up with TI portal. This TI portal, they initially launched S7-1200. This one first, 2010. Okay.
7,200.
S7 they call. Step 7, 1,200.
1,000.
Okay. This one. And 2013, they launched this one. The S7-1500. So now the Siemens most powerful is this model, 1500. So the idea is they take the 300 and this model, the 200 and the lowest spec of 300 in convert to the upgrade to S7-1200. Because this one also they have a lower spec, higher spec. Lower spec means the lower memory, less IO. Higher spec means can go more memory. So means the 200 and this one lower spec, they come up with this one, 7,200. And the 300, the highest spec, and this the 400, if you combine, they come up with 1,000. So now they have these two models. And also they have another model for ET200. That is also they have. But this color. The one I don't have because that's why I have one I use for one project. Okay. So at the same time, TI portal at the same time can program 300, 400 also can. So means TI portal can use for this and for it means this model we can program using SIMATIC Manager software or TI portal. Because why? TI portal is upgrade version of SIMATIC Manager. So that's why it's compatible to use. Okay, then the Siemens China, they come up with a new model S7-200 Smart. Because 200 is very famous in China. Because last time you buy like 10 years back, you buy because I go troubleshoot. So I know the machine, I know how old the machine are. If you see like 10 years back or 15 years back, the machine, if you buy from China, mostly they use 200.
Okay.
Because it's a smaller one. So it's a small system, you can use that. Okay. Then what happened? They used to this one already. The Siemens China, not a China model, the Siemens China, they come out with the S7-1200 Smart. So what happened is because these 200 don't have Ethernet port. So the 200 Smart they have an Ethernet port.
Okay.
But nowadays, I think the last 5 years China already have their own brands or models. Which is similar power with the other models also. Nowadays, you buy any machine from China, they use their model because I've troubleshoot. Some is like Highwell, Kinko, all is their models. Very compatible for small machines lah. But if you want to go for bigger system, like a multiple motor need to connect, then Siemens, Allen is suitable. That's why if you see like oil and gas, mostly they use Siemens and Allen. Now Schneider slowly they start to use Schneider as well. Okay. If you go for manufacturing, like high speed manufacturing, like servo motors, then they use Mitsubishi or Omron, Delta, all that. So each PLC they have their own advantage. Like if you want to use a servo motor, high speed movement, then Omron, Mitsubishi is suitable. Okay. Then if you want to use like more analog sensors, temperature, pressure, like that, then Siemens is suitable. Siemens or Allen is suitable. But pricing wise, of course, Siemens and Allen I can say lah. But if you ask me, because if you see the Mitsubishi, let's say you want to add some analog, if like a smaller model like I think maximum you can add, I think around 12 analog inputs. That's all. But if you go for 1200, like 1 2 1 2, yours is 1 2 1 2, maximum can add 2 modules. But if you go for 1 2 1 4, you can add 8 modules. 8 modules means there's a module for 8 AI. So you can add actually 64 analog inputs. So that's the difference. So that's why depend on your projects, or like that's how you choose lah. So I know your system more to. I remember last time you have like 2 tanks. I remember lah. Because last year only we do the training, right? Okay. So yours is mostly you have like pressure sensor, temperature sensor. So for that, Siemens is suitable and easy to program. And if you ask me, Siemens one of the best PLC to do programming because you can arrange your program nicely compared to others. So here I do a lot of training for Siemens, and for project also I use a lot of Siemens also. Because you know why? Because this 1200, this model is cheaper compared to some of the common models. The price also similar. This one I think is 14 IO. The 14 IO, this one you can get around 1200. The same 14 IO, if you want to buy Omron with the Ethernet port, everything, I think will cost you around 800, 900. It's a 300, 400 only difference. But 300, 400 difference, you go here, then this one can do bigger things compared to like Omron. So that's the difference last year. Okay, so these are the models we have in Siemens. Okay, but now, this one I just want to share with you. This year November they discontinued this product. This 1200. Yes, they have another model 1200 G2, generation 2. Okay, so they launched in 2024 December. So now it's in the market lah. So it's a similar, same thing, but it's a bit compact. Big compact. Then they give for this one, but this is a 1002, right? So for 1002 you have only one Ethernet port. I mean for this one is a 1212. Only one Ethernet port. If you buy 1215 and 1217, we'll have 2 Ethernet port. But now the G2, for 1212 also already have 2 Ethernet port. 2 Ethernet port. The memory is big. And there's one more function is they can support NFC. NFC. Okay. You know our phone has NFC, right? Okay. So what happened is They have for app, Siemens app, but for now I see as per their website everything, only can support in iOS lah, Apple. So you download the software. Then if the PLC got some error, that PLC now got error, right? If the PLC got error, you open the app, you bring the phone near, and it will show what error. Normally the hardware error that it can show. If program, because if the machine error normally won't show red color. Red color means it's a hardware error. Okay? Because why they come up with this one? Because if you now I have an error, right? If I want to know what is the error, I must use the TI portal. Open the software, then need to check. But for this model, the 1500, we have a screen, right? You can go to the screen and know what is there. So to show you like hardware error, mostly the hardware error or harmonica problem or something, you can show you. But for this, you cannot show you. So that's why they come out with the software, this app. But the app you cannot do programming, just to know what is the error or some functions that you can do. Okay? If no, you need a software. Because as example, because you are some machine suppliers, so you should have the software. But if let's say the company they buy the machine, right? Suddenly then there's an error. So they need to have the software to assess. But the latest model, you don't need the software, you just need an app, then you can assess what is the issue. Okay? Because for that, you don't need the software. Just because unless you want to go into the program and check the program, then you need to software, of course. Okay. Now they already have a version 21. TI portal version 21.
So fast.
So fast. Because this 18 also they launched in 2019. Now they have a 21. But one good thing about Siemens, I mean, if you buy the license can be used for from 13 until 21. One license can be used for from 13 to 21. So that's the one good thing. If no means every year they come new version visa and every year need to buy visa. Yeah, because one license, the professional license itself will cost you like 14,000-15,000. For one
Professional.
Professional. Because only professional license you have all these models for TI portal. Because TI portal have two licenses. One is professional, one is basic. The basic you only make 1,000-2,000. If you buy the professional, then only you can do programming for all this. Okay. So this is about the software and their models. Okay. Another thing. So I show you why the TI portal can program these models. Okay. Because earlier they have SIMATIC manager software. Okay, so this one they use to program so this one is for S7-1500, 400, ET200, this models. Okay. So for these the software name they call, the software name is step 7 Pro. So you need to buy the step 7 Pro for SIMATIC manager, then you can do programming for this. Okay. Then for HMI, they have this software. Okay. For HMI, they have this software they call SIMATIC Brands. Okay. Then for SCADA system, for SCADA they call WinCC Explorer. Okay, so earlier, last time, there are different softwares. You must install three different softwares.
Three different.
Yes, one for PLC, one for the touch panel, one for the SCADA. Okay, so TI portal is a combination of all of this. Okay, totally integrated automation. But it depends on what type of license you buy. Okay, so if you buy step 7 basic the license, which is I think is around 3,000 plus only. But this step 7 basic license you can use for S7-1200 model only. Okay, the HMI can use the basic. And basic, yeah. So it can do this one and basic panel. Basic panel means this small panels, the KTP basic, all these can use. But this one also they have until this one is a 400, it's a 4-inch. They have 1,000 with a 10-inch, all that they have. But the one you bring is the comfort. TP comfort, right? Comfort cannot use. Comfort cannot use. Okay. So then, so let's say your project involves only 1,002 and basic panels. You just buy this license enough. Around 4,000 plus. Okay. But your project involves like some other models, right? And like comfort panel. So if let's say you go for professional, you see this license similar, right? So that's why they can use these models. So for step 7 Pro, you can program S7-1200, 1005, 8200, S7-1200, 100. All these models you can program. Okay, then include basic panels. Okay, this one is expensive. This software, because normally they will give you for one user standard. This software costs around 30,000. Okay, so this is for the full version for the PLC models. If you want to go for a comfort panel, then you need to buy a comfort. Yes. Okay. So that one they have a WinCC comfort license. This WinCC comfort license you can use for comfort panels. Okay, you can use comfort panel. Then if you buy a WinCC Advanced, okay, the WinCC Advanced we have a comfort panel. Okay. Then they call WinCC Runtime Advanced. This one is the SCADA. Okay, like a small version like mini SCADA. If you want the full version, they call it the WinCC Professional. The WinCC Professional, yes, you have all the panels comfort and WinCC Pro runtime. This is the full version of SCADA. This one we call as SCADA Advanced. So these are the type of license we have. Actually, for most of the websites, standard lah, because now they have released a new HMI they call unified panels. It's a new type of HMI, which is more like advanced lah compared to comfort panel. Because in Siemens, the advanced HMI is a comfort panel earlier lah, but now they have a unified HMI. So if you want a full version inside, you need to buy this S7 Pro and WinCC. But this WinCC Pro, I think is around 7-15. So if you buy this two, I think around 30K plus. But let's say your project you don't have SCADA, right? Then you need to buy this. You just need to buy Step 7 Pro, WinCC Comfort. Because WinCC Comfort, I think around 4,000 plus. So just need to buy these two software.
Step 7 Pro, how much?
Around 13, 14.
Wow.
Yeah.
And add up is 17. Around 17, 18.
Around 17. This is two.
Right. And professional?
This one is around 15.
50 or
15.
1.5.
1.5.
So you buy 1.5, then you have 2.
Yeah.
Then cheaper than 17. I mean, the two add up.
No, because this one is only for HMI.
Okay.
It isn't for PLC.
Okay.
So PLC, this is the highest version. For
Okay.
HMI, this is the highest version.
Okay.
So if you want to buy for both PLC and high HMI, this is 30K plus.
Okay.
But let's say your program, you don't need to use SCADA, everything like
That means for a case you need S7 and maybe WinCC Comfort.
yes,
Yeah.
enough.
So it's about 8K, that less than 10K.
Yeah.
Because we do go for
Because you don't do this one all right.
just
Just mostly 2,200 and comfort. Right?
yes.
So just a basic license and WinCC comfort. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because for the 300 model also, this model also I think is the end of this October. I think. Starting from October, it's fully discontinued. No more in the market. Like 1,200, they discontinued the production. But I mean, they discontinued the model. Means after that, there no more model for this. Means no more update for this. Because currently, I think the firmware is 4.7. So I think end of November, after that, no more update. So, but I checked in their website, they say the spare part is will be available for another next 10 years until 2036. The spare parts. But this one, end of this year, no more finish. This one after this, it will become a gold price. Very hard to get. Of course, the price will be expensive. Like this, if you check in the eBay, all right. This model itself will cost you like 1,200 euro.
Okay.
Sure, 1,000 plus euros in the eBay. Because you know why? Because your machine is already running using this one, right? Then suddenly the CPU is faulty, cannot run. So the solution is replace the CPU, not replace the whole system, right? So they just need to spend no choice. 4,500, 5,000 they need to spend and buy, replace. Unless they already upgrade to newer models, then they can use the newer models. But upgrading, of course, like it costs a lot of things. Yeah, a lot of things. Because last time when my boss is here, because my boss retired 2021. So I think before COVID, 2019, we went and visit the factory here. So they call us to do upgrade. So the whole system is a very big machine. Okay, it's an aluminum machine. Aluminum, then they burn the aluminum like a box, right? The aluminum box, right? But they burn and make it into a liquid everything. Then they make into like what? Like a wire, like a coil. Coil. Then the coil will come in, then roll into a drum. Okay, that is the machine. Very big machines. I think the machine itself from here till the end. Very big machine. Okay. So the pulling the coil, rolling the coil is full. There's one system. Okay. So one here, S7, S5 lah. S5. Because there's another S5 model which is bigger, similar to 400. So that one with all the IO card everything, then go to some motor everything. Then they have another subsystem for the burner. Okay, so they want us to upgrade to 300, 1500. Okay, so at least if they want to upgrade to 300, some of the parts I can use. If they totally jump to from here, like the first generation totally jump to the third generation. At least they go here, at least they still can use some of the parts. So since from here to here, so what happened, my boss partner is a German guy. His company is in Singapore. So he come and see, then he got, I think around 1.5 million. Because all the PLC, because I'm the one who do the calculation for the PLC parts, because he sent to me, and I check all the parts. The PLC parts itself, I think it costs around 400,000 PLC parts. Because the 1500. 1500. This one is cheaper, the one I have. This 1500 is around 6,000 plus. But the one I wanted to use for them is a higher model. The PLC CPU itself, I think, is around 50,000. Wow. Then I check all the price. Then because he sent to me all the price, then I check. Then I need to send to this because the company is in Malaysia. And manpower involved, everything, 1.5 million. They said that the company said budget for now. But still they're using the S5 because last year they buy one CPU, one IO card because we have actually 2 CPU and 1 or 2 IO card. Last year they buy for us. So they say they can't afford. No choice. You want to upgrade because you need to everything because we need to change the motor, need to change the motor drive, everything. Yeah, the 1000. This one is okay. This model is still okay. Okay, go to next.
Next.
Yeah. Okay, so this one so just very fast I go through. So PLC means it's like we have a CPU. CPU input output all together is equal as a logic controller. Okay. So very simple how the PLC works. We connect the inputs, we program, then the output will be work according to your program. So inputs we have 2 types of inputs, digital and also analog. Output also same. Digital means very simple. Any signal that is just on or off, that is a digital input. Okay. Analog means any signal that comes with a value, we have a value range, right? That is analog. Okay. Because this 5 days training, we learn analog, all that. So we will focus more to because this training. That's why I didn't take any other participant because this training is basically more customized to your project.
Okay.
That's what your Mr. Hong.
Your home.
So he requested it from me. So no thanks. The previous training we were attend, but that time very difficult for him because he don't have very basic. But go into the advanced and everything lah. But somehow he cope up some things lah. Okay. But this training I think you can understand. Okay. Then so your system I know there's a lot of digital and also analog, right? Okay. Then we have a digital output. Same any signal that is just a on or off, and also analog outputs. Okay. So like I said, whatever PLC you're using, whatever model, you must use the correct software. So in this software, we see like Siemens itself, we have many softwares. So like Omron also same, they have older and newer models. So I think now each model, each brand, I think minimum 2 different types of this because different models, different era. I mean, one maybe the last 90s software, then now a new version and everything. Same like TI portal and everything. Because nowadays, all the brands they do like this. It means earlier you have 3 software. Now it's only 1 software. Then it's depend on what type of license you buy. Then in 1 software you can do program for PLC, for HMI and also SCADA. Same go for like new Omron, new LMRD or that. Okay. Earlier is many softwares. Yeah. That's why now if you want to use TI portal, your laptop must be a bit powerful.
Yeah, last time I tried to download everything.
Yeah. Because the software very heavy. The software itself I think is around 10 GB.
Yeah.
10 GB. So the minimum you must use like i5, minimum i5. Okay. Then the generation, because like if you're using like version 15, version 14, then it's okay. But like 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 all are minimum is like 10th generation. Must use SSD. Then RAM minimum 16 GB.
Wow, very expensive.
Now RAM very expensive. Okay. Actually last time I updated RAM.
Yeah.
Even 2 or 3 years back I updated. If now we want to upgrade, you can buy another laptop, new laptop, you want to upgrade the RAM.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, next. Okay. So computer numbering, because before we go into PLC programming, troubleshooting, we need to understand the computer numbering. Okay. Because these are the numberings they use in our PLC programming. When you do go to program everything, these are numbers. Okay. Go to next. Okay. So we have a decimal. Decimal is the normal number we use every day. Okay. So very simple, 0 to 9, then continue. Okay. So whatever you see in your touch panel or SCADA, mostly they use decimal numbers. Because that is the number easy to understand for operators, program and everything. Then we have a hexa plus decimal. Okay. Means 0 to 9 decimal number. Then you have a hexa number A to F. 6 number for alphabets. Okay. So what happened is they have a 0 to 9, then A to F. Then continue with 10 to 19, 1A to 1F. And 10 to 19, then 1A to 1F. Then 20 to 29, 2A to 2. Okay. So very simple. Very simple is we know hexadecimal we will have for alphabets. That's all. Because you know what, last time of course because we don't have computer, all we need to do the calculation to convert. Nowadays we have a computer. Our computer, the calculator, we can use the computer calculator to convert these numbers. Between these numbers. Okay. Why I need to convert? Because hexadecimal mostly they use in like advanced programming. If you do advanced programming, let's say you want to control the Siemens drive. Okay. When you go to the manual, in the manual the values, everything will be in hexadecimal. But for us, decimal is easier to understand. So what we do normally, we get the value in hexadecimal, we will convert using the calculator in decimal. So when you do program, you will use mostly decimals.
Okay.
Okay. Go to next. Then we have a binary. Very simple. Our PLC is a computer, right? So you know our computer is running on binary system. Whatever value you give, let's say for example, you give the 20-second timer, okay, to run a motor or something. So in the HMI we key in 20 seconds, okay, the value will go to the PLC as a 20. But in how the PLC go inside the PLC will be in binary. That is 0 or 1 only. 1 0 0 0 1 1 something like that. So all these will be learned also. Okay, I'll just do it. Okay, so they running in binary, but normally we don't key in the values in binary. Normally the standard we use decimal, but the PLC work on binary system. Okay, then there's another one for octal. Octal, Siemens they use octal. Okay, because octal means 0 to 7. Okay, so means then after that it become 10 to 17, 20 to 27 and so on. Okay, because Siemens using a byte system means they have a 8 number only. Like 8 number, 8 number, 8 number. So always we have 0 to 7. Okay, later on we can see the program now. Okay, so in Siemens octal is important. If you're learning Omron, elementary, some other PLC like here, all that, you don't need to learn octal because they will use. But mostly octal they use Japanese PLC mostly, except Omron, like Mitsubishi, Panasonic, what else? Delta, all these they use octal now, 0 to 7. Okay. Next, this is just a comparison. Okay, the comparison between decimal, hexa, octal, and binary. Okay, so like decimal 15. So decimal is F. First 0 to 9, then A to F. Octal is 0 to 7, then continue with 8, 10 to 17. Because if you see, if in octal is 17, in decimal is 15. Then binary system, this is how the binary system is. Okay, 1 1 1. Can I use this? Can I? Okay, I'll take picture and take picture. So that. How do binary work? Binary very simple. Okay, because it's based on the number of bits. Okay, so normally we have like 8 bit. 0 1 2. You go to next. 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 Okay, these are okay. Like binary system. Okay, I show you. 0 to 7, right? So 0 1 2 3. Okay, let's say because binary means it's a base 2, right? Okay, so 2 to the power of 0 is in this one is in decimal number, decimal value 1. 2 to the power of 1 is 2. 2 to the power of 2 is 4. 2 to the power of 3 is 8. 16, 32, 64, 1. Okay, so how it works, because they have a bit, right? Okay, they have a bit, like an 8 bit. 0 to 7 means it's an 8 bit. Okay, so how it works, let's say in decimal you want value 20, for example. It means, so when you key in 20, automatically big number 4 is 16, right? This one will 1. 1. Okay. Then 16 plus 4 is 20, right? So this bit I don't need, so becomes 0. This bit I need 1. 0. Then this one. So when you key in 20, in the PLC it becomes 1 0 1 0 0. That's how it works. Okay. Let's say we give 29 for example. So 16 plus 4, 20 plus 8, 28 plus 1. So it becomes 1 1 1 0 1. So that's how it is. Okay. So because why I show you this one, later on we will something we will use this. Then you can understand why this happens. Okay. You go back. So that's how we can convert like. But actually we can use our computer calculator. Yes. Our computer calculator already have a programmer. Okay. So if you go to programmer, you can have all this. Hexa, decimal. So from which number you want to convert, you convert. So normally we use to convert from hexa to decimal, decimal to hexa or binary. Octal normally we don't use. Because why? Octal we don't use as a value. Like hexa, decimal and binary we use as a value. It's a number. Octal normally we use as a addressing. Go to next. Like used for the addressing. Okay. So in Siemens address, like I for input, right? I for input, Q for output, all that. Okay. Siemens, they use the byte system. It means because one byte they have 8 bit, 0 to 7. So they use an octal method. Okay. So the byte 0 means is from 0.0 until 0.0. Once I finish byte 0, the next one is byte 1. 1.0 to 1.0. So if 2 bytes combine, we will have 16 bits. Then I will have a word. Okay. Why I need byte, word? Because byte means it can store 8 bits, right? So means if all the 8 bit 1 1 1 1 1 1 whatever, I will get 255. So to store values, I need this one. So if the value is bigger than 255, then I use the word to store the number. If the value bigger than the word, then I must use double word. So later we can see the values. So that's how the address. Siemens very simple. Siemens you only have 4 address. Input is I, you go to next. Output is Q, go to next. Memory is M. So for input you do wiring. Right? Sensors. For output also you do wiring. Memory, no wiring. Memory is inside the PLC. It's like a relay, internal relay. Because why? Why they call as a relay? Because PLC is actually developed from relay system. Because last time they all have relays, many relays. So they take out all the relays, they replace with the PLC. But still you need to do some internal programming, right? So for that you use memory. Okay? Or for touch panel, the button, the value, all you can use memory. Okay? Next. Data block. Data block also is a memory. Both are memory. But the advantage is that memory is limited. Depend on the PLC model. Okay, some is like 8,000 memory, 16,000 memory, or that. But data block is a very big number. That is one different. The second one is data block we can use for retained value. Means off and on the PLC, the value will be stay there. But if you use memory, if you on and on, the value will go off. So all these data will be there. Okay. So in Siemens only we have these four only. What they call it? Input for I, then output is Q, memory is M, data block is D. So yeah, okay, next. Go to next first. So like I said, if you want to store 255 value, you can use byte. Okay. If you want to store 655, then you need to use the word. Okay. You go to next. So later we will see. But later I will explain more. But if you more than 65,000, then you must use a double word, two word, which is the number is you can store up to 4 million. But later we go deeper on this. Okay, to go back. I mean the PLC picture of. So your PLC, you see you have a power input because it's a DC, DC, DC. So the first DC is your power supply. So there's some model called AC models, means AC power supply. The second DC is your input. If you see all the model is a DC only. So always a DC input. The last one is for the output. Some is a DC model, some is a relay model. I think yours is a relay model.
Yeah.
Mine is a DC model. Means mine is max output is 24 volt fixed. Yours is a relay. Relay means you can choose 24 volt DC or 230 AC. Also can support. Okay. Then we have digital input area, analog input, memory card. Okay. So memory card also not necessarily lah because this PLC already have a built-in memory, but it's in KB, 100 KB, 150 KB. It's just nice for your program. Okay. But when you want to use memory card, if you want to store your program in the memory card, let's say you put a memory card, then your program will be in the memory card. So let's say the PLC failed. Take out the memory card, you replace the new PLC, just connect the memory. Then you can run it. If you don't have the memory card, then you need your laptop. I mean your laptop must have the backup. So if the PLC failed, buy a new PLC, you need to download it. That is number one. Number two, the memory card is if you want to do data logging, you know, like if you want to know every 1 hour what is the temperature value, right? Means every 1 hour need to log the data. So when I do data logging, where I need to save the value. So I need to save in a text format or Excel. If you have an HMI, then no problem. Because in the HMI you have a data logging also. So you can connect a USB, can do data log. I think last time we did right now. So you can do data log. So the logging will go into the mainland. But let's say you don't have HMI, but you want to do data logging in PLC. So you can use that. But for 1500, I must use memory card. Must put memory card. Then only you can put. 1002, without memory card also can. Okay. Then here the model, part number. Then here we have an Ethernet port. Okay. But Siemens they call Profinet. Okay. Then here we have an everything. Here in the middle we have an option board to add some I/O. So, so if you want to add this I have like. So if you want to add because this PLC got analog input only, don't have analog output. So if you want to analog output, you can add an option board. If you want to add some I/O, you can add some I/O. Because this PLC can add, because this yours is got 1212 okay. So 1212 on the right hand side can add 2 modules. Okay. On the left hand side can add 3 communication modules. Only for communication. Yes. On the right hand side, I can add IO module if you but only two. But if you buy 1214, you can add 8 modules. So sometimes for projects, mostly I use the 1214. Because the pricing wise, I think is around 200, 300 only an extra, So because we don't know in the future they want to add or not. So straight away I use the 1214. Even though they want to use only 1 or 2 module, just use one. Because recently I did one project for UTM. In the lecturers they have some project, so I involved in the project because I'm the one who do the panel and supply PLC and the HMI everything. The sensors all they install. Okay. They install, they put the cable for me, then I do the programming part. So initially they give the list. So the IO is less. So what I thought, okay, just nice. Then I buy 121. After I finish everything, install everything, then suddenly this is some additional items. So cannot add anymore. Then luckily I have 1214. So I replace with the 1212. Then only I buy another additional card. So after that, okay, I think okay, any project never mind. Straight away buy 1214. Another additional 300, 400.
If we use now use let's say 1212.
Okay.
Let's say we replace with 1214, you can use the same program.
Yes, of course.
We don't need to program anything.
Only to program anything. But one thing you do, change the model. Open up your project. You can see your project, right? Then you can see that the 1212, right? You right click, change the device.
Okay.
Change to 121.
Okay.
So it won't affect your programming. Because you know why? Because you're upgrading. So no issue. But if you're downgrading, then you will have an issue. Because why? Because this PLC will only 14 IO. Okay, 14 input output. Okay. And 1214 is 16, 26 input. So when 26 input, 14 input, 24 input. 24 IO lah. So let's say you already use all the IO. Then you want to downgrade so that there's an IO differential. So it will affect your, it won't affect your logic. Logic will be there, but the IO will affect. So but upgrading no issue. Okay. Alright, next. So this one just now we see the numbers. Okay, next. Okay, this one also later we'll see that. Okay, all of this later we'll see. So all later. Minimize this. Escape. Escape. Yeah. Because after this is an analog. So analog later when we do analog, then we can learn. Okay. Minimize here. Make it smaller. What is the dash dash? Yep. Okay. So I can close. Okay. Now we go into the software. Okay, TI portal. Open TI portal. Yes. Oh, you also can do, but you cannot upload. Because you know I will tell you why. Okay. So what I want to do is, the first thing is I want to do an upload, or we want to do a backup. Okay. PLC to PC, we call it as a uploader. PC to PLC, we call it as a mostly people will do mistake here. The upload down. Because you know our computer is different, right? Internet is different. Internet is opposite way. Okay. So when you want to do a upload, right? So you need to know the PLC IP address and also what is the TIA portal version. These two things you need to know. Okay. Why? Because if let's say your PLC is, let's say your PLC is version 18, your PC also version 18, then no problem. You want to upload, no problem, you can upload. Okay, but your PLC is version 17, but your PC is version 18. Like this way. The PLC is version 18, but yours is version 17, and now you cannot upload. Because yours is a totally different version. Inside the PLC, different version. Okay, inside PLC means how? Someone do a program using version 18, download the file into the PLC. So the PLC becomes version 18. Okay. Or if the PLC is version 17, but your PC is version 18, like higher version, right? Still same, still cannot upload. So very simple. Uploading means you always must be same one. Okay. Downloading, okay. I will tell you how the downloading goes. So later, for this PLC you want to download, can go. Okay, how? Because let's say my laptop is version 18, my PLC also, inside my PLC also is version 18. No problem. Okay, you can download. Okay, let's say my PC is version 17, my PLC is version 16. Means PLC is a lower version, right? Okay, download, no issue. Why can download? Because after download, I will upgrade my PLC into version 17. Because I will totally erase the file inside the PLC and I load a new file. Okay. Then let's say mine is version 19. My laptop is 18. My PLC is 19. Can download. But after download, I will downgrade to version. Because downloading very simple the concept. It will delete your program and load a new project. So only uploading. Okay. So now before upload, we want to know the IP and the address. Okay. So how to know? Very simple. First thing is you click create new project.
New where?
Yep. Then you name it as day one upload. Then the path, you choose your folder. Choose your folder. Yep. Go back. Yeah, yeah. Let's go. Where's your folder? Yeah. Alright. Okay, create. Yeah, of course. if you are doing a new project, then you can do like add new device, anything like. But you want to do a upload, right? So you can go to the open project view. Okay. So here also I can do new project, add new device, everything. But I want to do upload. I want to check first, right? So I go to online access. This one all will hang. You know why? Because when I do online access means if you do a communication, so sure will hang when you do communications.
Okay.
Okay. Now your PLC is connected to your laptop, right? Okay. Connect first. Okay. Oh, your port also. Okay. So the laptop, right? So many, right? So we don't know which one. Okay, but from the name we know that it's this one. Internet connection. You click here, click the arrow. Okay, update accessible device. So it will scan all the connected. Your laptop can be any IP, there's no issue. So it will show. This one all will take time because it's a scanning, right?
Okay.
Okay. You already got one PLC, right? 192.168.0.1. Okay. So the IP is 192.168.0.1. Okay. Now my PC IP also must be same. Okay. 192.168.0. Okay. Yeah, this one. Okay, this one. Okay, MIT. Okay. This one need to restart the cable. Okay, I might just close this one. We can open it. Yeah. Open here, open. So after the latest update about this issue. You can scan.
The PLC will show up
It will show up.
after I update the device.
Okay. Here that family. Yeah, I can see that. No need to create, no need to create. Go to project view.
Project.
Or you browse. Down here for browse. Yeah. Okay, see, yeah. Go to desktop. Choose your folder. Okay, this one. A1 upload. Okay. So let it open. Okay. So just now you already know 192.168.0.1, right? Your PLC. Now you will check our laptop IP address. Okay. For laptop IP address, you click project view. Down here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then you right click the internet. Network and internet setting. Change adapter option. Ethernet port, right? Okay, double click. Properties. Go down here slowly. Internet Protocol version 4. So this is where we change our laptop IP. Okay, double click. Okay. So it's already set lah from the previous training lah. So 192.168.0.20. Okay. So my PLC is 192.168.0.1. My PC is 192.168.0.20. Means the first three number must be same. The last number must be different. Then only can communicate. Okay. Okay. Right. It's okay. Okay. Can close this. Can close this. Okay. Again, we do the online access. Yeah. Access. Because the IP is okay already. Now we need to check the TIE version. Okay. Okay. Intel Internet, because this is our laptop. Internet port. Update accessible device. Okay, you open the PLC. Okay, you click online and diagnostic. Connect. Then you check your IP. So the cable not connect. Wait, maybe you use the cable. Maybe this one. Right side of the clip, both side clip, all good. Okay, so from here, what you can get? So from here, I can get some data here. That is the PLC, the model is this one. This is the part number. The firmware. Firmware is actually not very important, but the TI portal version. It means previously I used version 18 to download the program. Means I use version 18 to download. So my PLC can be any model. The moment I use 18 and download, my PLC become 18. So if this one is version 18, if upload means what? Must be same model, right? So your PC also must be 18. So now same, right? So now in this case, this laptop I can upload. Your laptop cannot. But we try, we see what message it shows. Okay. Okay. Now we know this one can upload. Okay, no issue. Click here, close this one. Yeah, and close here. Click the arrow. Yeah. We just click the device and network. Just one click. Go to online. Up here online. You also can do mine. Okay, can you see upload device as a new station? Click that. Okay. So type of PGPC interface. Okay. PGPC means your laptop lah. It's a Profinet. APN means a Profinet. Okay. Start search. Down here to start search. Oh. So you got on PLC. Okay. Okay. If this one become fully green, then you click upload.
My online to bring up.
You must select the device.
Oh,
Then you The device go upload. Yeah. Yes. Just click one time, then upload. It's not easy. This one I have a manual. Actually, inside this manual got but I have because I'm doing some manual, a new manual. The uploading, downloading, all I have. That I show you. Means how to upload, how to download, how to check the access. Okay, already uploaded. So you save first. Save the project. Yes. Okay. Already uploaded, done, finish. Means whatever file you are from the PLC already uploaded to the laptop. Okay. Like this PLC, you can upload it.
This one upload.
Start search. Okay, upload. You can see action cancel before upload, right? Okay, you bring up this one. Go down. Cannot be uploaded. Can be uploaded. But it won't show what is the error. It won't tell you that is your TI folder is different. No. It will just tell you upload is avoided, upload is cancelled. Yes. Okay? Okay. So this is how we upload the program. So once we upload, the first thing we need to do is the save. So like later, but after save, we want to go to the program and see it's up to you. Okay. So let's say we can want to see. Okay, go to this program now. So inside here got some programming inside Mobile communication. Okay. Just click the program. Yeah, program. Some programming inside. So if you want to monitor, you can click monitor. Here. Bring the mouse here. Can you see a spec here? Monitor. Let's click monitor. Yes. So you can monitor like this. Okay, good. Okay. So if you have an error, you go to online and diagnostic. Then double click. Diagnostic buffer. Okay, why error? This one. Can you close this one? The arrow. You click on the arrow.
This one?
Yeah. I just click it. You see what? There's okay. Hardware component removed or missing. Something is missing. That is. Okay, just see the name. You see it's PLC CM something like. Okay. You go to device configuration. Here on the left hand side. Yeah. Device configuration. Okay. So there's a module here. I already removed the module. This one. Okay, because the previous training there's communication. So I use that. And for this training I remove this one. So because the program is still there, I just remove the hardware. Okay, I didn't change the program. So that's why the error is still there. Okay, good. Okay. Any question until here? Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. So we go for a break. Okay. So at the back we have a pantry or a coffee or tea. Anyway, okay. Then after the break we continue. Okay. Where is the
higher place.
Alright. The paradigm.
Paradigm. Paradigm more.
You didn't go one round. Yeah. Then morning how you come?
Grab.
Okay. Then from Penang you will take a flight, is it?
Yeah. 1 hour.
Good lah. Nowadays some more festival season lah. You travel yesterday
Yeah. But today holiday you also work because of us
that one normal lah. Because normally I will work on Sabtu.
or already biasa.
Yes, because the Raya Haji nanti, no trading.
Oh.
So okay lah. Today probably lah. Today and tomorrow also probably.
Yeah.
Tomorrow also probably.
Tomorrow.
Oh yeah, because today aku birthday right.
Yeah. Then tomorrow I forgot replace one
Today is off. I
holiday.
think Wednesday I think so.
Yeah. So many
Yeah.
many
So
people
yeah, that's why.
on holiday.
All holiday.
Just check name and see. Site.
Okay, good. Now we do a new project. So go offline. Offline, okay. Offline means like a disconnect the PLC online offline. Go to project, new. I put day 1, lesson 1. Okay, great. Do you want to save this project? Okay. So when just now we upload, right? Okay, now we want to do new project, so we add new device. We add new device. Yes, add new device. And so S7-1200 CPU. Okay, your model is what? 1212 DC DC DC. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yours is the last part. Just click one time. Okay. So the part number you can see at the side. So, okay. So just now we see the version is 4.6, right? Okay. 4.5. Here's 4.5. Oh yeah, okay. This one, so you got 4.7. Okay. But yours is version 17, right? Version 17 until 4.5 only can select. Okay. But your PLC is higher version. But you select is a lower version, right? Still can go, no issue. But whenever you download, it give you a warning. That is okay. Your PLC is higher, but you selected lower, so just giving you a warning, okay lah? So no issue. But you cannot select higher than the PLC. Let's say the PLC is 4.4, but you select 4.5, cannot. The version is like your phone like update the firmware, right? So that's the difference. Okay, we see what is the difference. Okay, you click here. 4.0. Okay. So you see both memory is 50 KB. Okay. Then you have DI 8 input, 6 output, analog input 2, then the rest is the same thing lah. Then they say Profinet is for programming, HMI and PLC to PLC communication. Okay, you choose 4.6. Okay, 4.6 they say both memory is 100 KB. So means that the memory become bigger, so you can do bigger programs. Okay, then the input output all same, but they say the Profinet now become a new already, because they say Profinet is for high device transport protocol, TCP/IP, secure open user communication, S7 communication, OPC, web server, all that means now it's more to like IoT already. So you can do some IoT programs because this PLC small, right? But many things can do powerful, very powerful. You know, this PLC you can support web server. Because already have a built-in web server, can support web server. Then if you want to take some data from website, so right, can directly take this one. Need to connect to a router or computer also can, because our computer connected to internet, right? Or you can connect to a router, make sure the router have a Wi-Fi, then you can take a data. But I'm still learning that part lah, because I have a project in that. So I'm still learning about how to take data from the website. Have you heard about node RAID? Node RAID.
Programming website.
It's a node RAID is like how to say, it's like a communication software. Means it's a software. It's must use a computer lah. Okay, it's a software. It's like a web-based software. So it can communicate to cloud, communicate with PLC, communicate with your handphone, communicate with WhatsApp, everything you do. So what you can do actually, because last time I've done one time I've been tested. You connect the PLC connect to your laptop. Okay, then PLC got some connected to some machine right? Okay. If there's a machine problem, you send a signal to the node RAID, and from node RAID you can send the message to your telegram. So once you connect it from anywhere in the world, if your machine got some problem, the signal will be transferred to the node RAID, and from node RAID you can get the notification to telegram.
But troubleshoot still need to go to site.
Of course, troubleshoot is still need to go to site. So this one, you get the infos on that. So many things can do. Yeah. So I say this PLC is small, cheap, but very powerful. Okay. So clear, okay?
But the computer you need to put at the
Yeah, that's it. But not necessarily computer also, because have you know Raspberry Pi? Because Raspberry Pi is it's a computer itself, but it's a cheaper. Because Raspberry Pi you can install node RAID. So you can use a Raspberry Pi also.
small.
So many things you can do. Okay. So yours you have like this. After you select, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Because you have this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This one is like set a password for your project. Okay, not the PLC, password for your project. Okay. These settings are before version 17. You don't have. Okay, means it won't pop up like this. You need to do this one manually. You can go to the PLC property, you can do this setting manually. After version 17, it will pop up like this. So we can select here itself, no issue. Okay. So do you want to put password? Click on it. You uncheck this. Okay, next. Only allow secure means sometimes your normal laptop cannot communicate. Must use a Siemens laptop, and Normally laptop is still okay, but like HMI. If you're using Siemens HMI, still you can use secure. But if you want to use other brands, you must uncheck. Okay, you uncheck here. So when you uncheck, legacy. Okay. Okay, next. The last one is the this one is the password when you upload and download. So that complete protection, right? So you put no protection. Okay. No protection. First one. Okay. Finish. So actually the one manually also you can do. Right click here. Properties. On the right hand side. Okay. Okay. Here also you have anything. Only allow circuit from being potential, right? Go to protection. Here also you have. Okay, so what happened? See, version 17 and 17 above lah. 17 above is always like it asks you to put password. It's always checked. Just now you all unchecked, right? Before version 17, it's always unchecked. Always the old one settings. So no password. If you want to do password manually, you need to go into select and no password. So no problem. But the new one is asking you to put password because the new one got more security features. Because you know why now? Because why they need security features? Because they go into the IoT. Things can connect website and right. So that's why they need to say. The version 20 or very headache. You know why? Because they have like certificate, security certificate. So you need to add that also. So headache. That one. Because I recently, one of my old participants that day called me, you using version 20. Download to new, not PLC, but drive. Cannot download. Cannot download. Then he messaged me, then asked me. Then I do remote lah. Then in 5 plus, I said, I told him that after 5 I'm available. Then he messaged me. Then he said, okay, I'll go back. Then I go to any desk, I say, what is the problem? Check everything, then I go to the, at least we go to the property, right? Same thing, I go property for the drive. Then I see there's a certificate. Then I go to the Siemens website, I see what is the certificate meaning here. Then there's some certificate called software something certificate. Then I choose that. Then I save. Then I download. Then only can download. So new version got so many security features. So many years ago. Yeah.
Everybody implement Microsoft.
Yeah.
This on block, this on block.
Yeah.
Sometimes we know what is it.
You know last time what happened? Like 2000 last year, I think. Last year, mid of last year something. I was using TI Portal version 18. Because this one comes with the automation license manager software. You know, right?
Yeah.
What is your automation license manager version? Okay. 6.0.
Yeah.
Okay. Your window, what window?
Windows 10.
10.
Yeah,
Okay.
you did not.
You didn't update.
Yeah, I don't like to use that.
Okay. No. But Windows 10, do you update Windows 10? Normally? Window updates?
Time out, right? Usually I manual up.
Manual update, right? You know what happened? You're very careful with the version, your what? They call it automation license manager. Yours is version 6, right? Okay, 6.0 service pack. SP1.
Right.
So very important. Double click. Oh no, you can go to help. About update service pack 9, update 2. I'm not sure service pack 9 is still okay or not. So SP 9.4 lah. Yeah, update 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay, means it's a 9.2 lah. Okay. So what happened after buying this Windows 11, some of my laptop is Windows 10 lah. Okay. After I update the Windows update this one time,
From 10 to 11.
No. Normal Windows
Oh,
update. Because mine is 11. Some of my laptop is 10 lah. So when I do normal Windows update, what happened? My camera cannot open it. So what happened? Go and turn up this license manager software. Then I search because I have training morning because one day before I check everything all okay. Normally what I do, I have set up like yesterday set up everything. Then he will check the Windows everything okay not. Sometimes we update. Then next morning we use that. So I check everything okay. Then we update. Next morning I come to office. Want to do a training right? Cannot open it. You check, don't know what to do. So what happened? We uninstall the update. Then can work right. My laptop is same. Then I go to their website and see. They say the new update, the Windows update that time, I'm not sure. Now okay or not, I'm not sure. That time what happened? Go and install this one. So what happened? Siemens itself, they say you upgrade to version 6.2 above. You can directly download from their Siemens website. So later if you have pen drive, just give me. I have 6.2. Just give it. You just keep like. In case in the future you update, but I'm not sure after that the Windows update will okay or not. I'm not sure. So when you update, suddenly it cannot open. Because normally when you open, you know what message you know. It won't tell you automation is on. It will tell you no license. No basic license, something like that. If you face that issue, what you do, you go to control panel, uninstall this one, then you install this. Then the problem solved.
Just the license manager itself.
Yeah.
The TIA portal no need to
No need to touch. Because so many my previous participants all have the same issue. Suddenly all message me, bro, cannot last time because only when they come, I give them my software and my license lah. Okay. And suddenly they message me, bro, cannot the software cannot open, Then I ask them, okay, what version? This is 6.0. Then send them. But this one is a few hundred MB ago. So I sent via WhatsApp also. And I sent them, I say, you uninstall the 6.0, you install 6.2 above. But I think now can get 6.5 meters. I download the latest one. If you have a pen drive,
I don't have a pen drive, but I have
oh, you have a pen?
I have two memory.
No. I have a pen drive. I can give you. I check and see what is the newest version. This is one of the problem they have last time. Okay, that's why normally my laptop also I don't install the updates.
If no problem, I use
No
the
problem, nothing. I disable everything. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Now you see the addressing part. How's the address? You click here first. Here. On the right hand side.
That's right.
Here you can see here there's a small arrow here.
Okay.
You click that. Okay. So this is the addresses lah. The PLC addresses. Okay. Can I erase this?
Yeah.
Can I?
Okay.
So you see here they show DIA, DQ6, right? DIA is a 8 input line, right? So DIA because the PLC building got 8 input. Okay. What is the I address? They put 0. Okay. What is that means? Okay. The 0 means you go to my slide. Okay. Go back until you see the I address. You put it in. Okay. Just now the 0, DI is 0, right? The 0 means it's actually byte 0. Okay. So just now the table, in the table, they always give you the byte number. They won't give you like this. They say the byte. So they say the byte is 0. It means I have 8 input. So I byte 0 bit 0. The pin is, one bit means it's like a digital on or off. Okay, so 8 means 0.7. So I have a 8 input. If let's say if let's say in the software I put 10, then I put 10.0 to 10.7 in the program I need to use. Okay? Okay, why? Because you see your model, your PLC, you open the cover here. See this cover here. You see they put DIA. Right. Then the 0.0.1.2, right? So the A means the 0.
Okay.
So means why they didn't put number, they put A, because in the software you can change. Can change to any number. But if you see this one, the microwave is already fixed. You see 0.0, 0.1, 0.2 is already fixed. Because the microwave is a 200, microwave you cannot change. It's fixed. Because why this model can change? Because this one is from the previous generation. Like this one, right? It's a modular type. Modular means the address you can put any number. Then later you can change to any number. So that is the reason. Okay. So you go back to my TR portal. The output is DQ6, right? DIA DQ6. The output address, the Q address is also 0. Actually, I can change. You double click, is able to change. Yes. Okay. So it means, so in this program, I need to use Q0.0 until Q0.5 only. This is output. Right. But we know, because this is the byte, right? Because we know in 1 byte I have an 8 bit. So means for byte 0, I still have 0.6 and 0.7. So what happened to these two? Not in use. Can see because there's no terminal to connect. Because I have only 6 outputs in my PLC. Because now I have a PLC, right? Okay. I can add 2 more modules here. So I can add, you go to hardware catalog, we can add some modules and we can remove hardware catalog. Yeah, can you see DI here in the hardware catalog? DI, okay, you click. So you have a DI 8 and 16. Let's say you take the 16. Okay, you just take any 16, just double, bring put it here, add it here, down here, right? So can you see what address automatically it become 8 and 9? You see, I just use the 0. I still have the 1, right? I can change to 1. Double click. You delete, just put 1. So it become 1 and 2. So 16 input. So what happened? DI 16 and you choose 1 and 2, right? So it become I 1.0 until I 1.7, 8, then I 2, right? 2.0 until I 2.0. So this is the address you need to use for your programming. That's how the address is. Okay. Because if you see, if you want to add this, this is the 16 modular. You see, there's no number. Still DI A and B.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fixed number.
Yeah.
Because why you didn't fix the number? Because in the software it can change. But if you see the 200, the number is fixed.
So you need to use the same.
Yes, because 200, you can't change the address. It's already fixed. So that's why in Siemens PLC, I mean for the SIMATIC manager or TI portal, you need to go to this page. This is a device configuration, or we call hardware configuration, to check the addresses. So later when you have your project, right? Later when you go through your project, we must go here and check all the address and everything. Okay? Okay. So I can add modules lah. Once I finish adding everything, then only I can go to the programming part. I can delete for now. I delete because this card is not connected, right? So later will give you error. You click at the side here. At the side here. Yeah. Now delete. Right click, delete this. Okay. Now this one can close. You click this arrow to close. Okay. Go to left. Okay. Okay. Now you see, here I have some modules, right? Okay. Okay. Can you see there's a board. Signal board, communication board, battery board. These boards means the one can add in the middle. So signal board, you click here, you can add some IOs. But this one very small one. You click the DI, you open, see only 4 inputs.
Big, in big, right? The four.
Yeah, 4 digital, right? So 4 inputs only. So your PLC already have 8 input, so you can add another 4 inputs. Without that, you can add some IO here also. Okay. You close signal board, you close. Okay. Communication board, there's a point to point RS485. Communication board. Okay. If you heard about Modbus, so if your system got Modbus, if you want to use a Modbus RTU, then you can add this module.
Modbus need program. Always we have.
Yes.
Let's say our machine. Every time we ask them to do, let's say you program first, but we buy the Modbus later because customers sometimes don't want to pay for the Modbus.
Oh, okay.
So we say you must include the Modbus, program, but then later when the add, we just add in the module.
Okay.
So that means we need to program extra
Yeah.
on the RTU,
In the PLC need to do some extra programming for Modbus.
but we don't include the RTU first.
Can
There is no problem.
no problem.
So later we just add in.
Can.
Like accessory, we then you automatically use the RTU.
Can.
Every time the guy very reluctant to do or something. Very difficult. Previously, another supplier,
Okay,
no
But the
problem.
problem is but it's not like what you mean. It's like that, not like directly connect and use no. You can do the Modbus program first, but there is one part that is related to your module. So for that part, initially they need to give empty first.
Yes.
You can do program for that particular part, you leave it empty.
Yes.
So the program can be still inside.
Yes.
Then once you when you want to use, then you connect the module, then you add the part, then can go. Later want to try, we can try. I have a module also.
Yes.
I mean, we do the Modbus program there, but that particular part we remove and we download and see got any error. But with the part, there's some like a part number, like for example. Without the part, we need to download without the part number. If we download with the part number, then because if you put the part number means the program will search for the part. If the part is not there, then got error. That's why just now got errors.
But I don't see the problem. Let's say I say I want a machine. It's always Modbus ready.
Okay.
Always Modbus ready. If customer later they say they want to use Modbus, we just put in the card.
Yes.
Instead of asking them to
Do again the program.
the new program, of course, very expensive or very troublesome.
Yeah.
But this guy, the first one is okay. Always no problem. We always can ask party with them.
Okay.
I don't know, this guy will always say,
Cannot lah, yeah. Because they also want to make
But I think the main problem is this guy, they don't want to give password.
that's
The previous guy, they give password. I think main problem is when you reload later, you need to ask for password for them. Is it?
Yeah,
I believe you need password lah.
yeah.
If they say you have password,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
later you need the password again.
Yeah.
So this guy,
They don't want
very, very secretive.
Yeah, because you know what? It's very simple lah. In my theory, because I do troubleshoot, do projects, right? Very simple. You know why they put password? Because when they put password, so you cannot replicate the machine. You know, if they don't have password, I already give you program. You are good at making a machine. Okay, so you can use back the same program. So you don't need to go back to them. So but if they give you if they put password, so anything you need to go there. So they will charge also. So something like that. That's why.
Normally for our machine, for so many years, for so many years, we already have all the program. Only thing is this new guy, they start to implement the program. That is causing a lot of problem. Actually, sometimes in troubleshooting. Sometimes they have error, their own error problem because they keep on upgrading.
Yeah.
They have some problem we cannot solve. We have to call them because, but it's not because we want to duplicate or what. Actually, if we want to duplicate, we can use the older version. Right?
Yeah, of course. The thing. But that's it. I mean, their idea lah. But they know, but they want to make money, so they do like this. They will give you an excuse on. You know, last time very simple example I can give. There's one company here. What happened is last time there's a flood here. 2 years back. 2 years back or last year? Last year before Raya. There's a flood. Okay, heavy flood here in Johor. There's one company, very simple machine. You know the oil can, the 5 kg one. Okay, so they have a very big tank, and from the tank we go into a pump. Then they put oil. There's a conveyor. Put the water there. Then the bottle move. Then they have, I think, 4 nozzle lah. Want to move 4 nozzle, go in. Fill in the oil. Once you reach the sensor, the level, then back off. Go up, go this way. Very simple one. So what happened is, the problem is it's a very simple machine. I think the machine is this big only. That particular machine, because this side got conveyor. Particular machine is big only. So the bottom, the PLC they put at the down here. We go here lah. So what happened because of the flood, go in. I mean, already flooded lah. So these guys, what happened? These guys is the IT guys. Essentially, they are working in different companies. And at the same time, they've been opened up a small company doing this business also. So what happened is, since it is IT guys, they know about computers. So after flood, everything finished. I think after 6-7 months, they open up the panel, everything, clean everything. Okay, then they take out the PLC. Actually, they clean everything. Actually, it's a Omron ship PLC. So inside got battery. So what happened? They remove the battery also. So when you remove the battery, program is lost. Okay. Program loss, okay, everything. Then they connect back, they say, because when program loss, so no error, nothing to show error. So it's show run. But when they press, nothing happened. Because the program nothing there. So they call me, I go there, then I check. And I go and see, because sometimes you see also, even though the machine not running, show one of the output show will on. Some of the output show will be on, right? I see no output on. Then I see, okay, why not? Maybe different program. I go and upload, nothing inside. Then I tell I have nothing. Then he say, what is the issue? What happened? Then I say, you should not remove the battery because the battery there's a problem. Then I say, okay, do you have the program? He say, don't have. Okay, never mind. Do you have the contact of your machine? Yeah, he say, yeah, for now. I say, you contact them. Sure, they will have a backup. If they give you, I can look for you. Okay? Even if they ask some money for the program, I mean, you can pay up. You know what happened? The guy said, oh, this one, oh, I need to check or anything. Then I was there now. The guy called them. Then he said, you know what happened? The guy from Lapin, he said, oh no, I think that because the company guy didn't mention about the battery to the machine maker. I said, don't mention about battery. You say program is lost. That's all. Okay, flooded, program is lost. So you know what the guy said from Lapin? He said, oh, the guy who come and troubleshoot, I think he already deleted the program. Everything like. Then I said, okay, never mind. Then I said, never mind, you ask for the program. You give the program, I can 5 minutes, I can load the, you know what the guy said? Oh no, this one I need to come and check everything, need to program again, everything. I said, oh, these guys want to make money. Then I said, no, if you want to do, I can do for me, pay me, I can do. Then he said, but it's no wiring there, nothing. But I said one condition. Condition is, you must know how the machine works. Yeah, you must tell me this one on, this one, but the small machine. Then he said, okay, they said, I know. Okay. I said, okay. I said 3 days. But I will be here, I will go. One day I need to check all the IO everything. So I go one day, I check all the IO everything. All okay, then I say, okay, one by one, I'm on lah. On the palm, then they give me a sequence, okay. Press start. Luckily, the HMI program is still there. Because HMI is up there, so no, not corrupted. Then within 3 days, I do the program, I can run. This way.
But for us, our machine already do for 30 years, we know everything already.
Yeah.
Just sometimes they change the program because in Malaysia, you cannot do the machine. Actually, we won't do the machine also because why? The multinational they don't want to local made machine.
Yeah, of course.
So we only want to troubleshoot.
Yeah.
And sometimes upgrading for let's say some some truck, some machinery. We want to use the same program for upgrading.
Yeah. No.
That's not.
That's why I think.
They are not interested in upgrading. I say upgrading, they are not interested. And not interested, we can do that. So if we're not interested to do new machine, you need to updating for customers.
Yeah,
So
they know.
this is
They,
our
that's why
intention.
but if you say, okay, well, fine. If you say, if you will say, okay, I pay you, then you do, of course they will do.
No, we can pay them, but too expensive. It's
Yeah,
not flexible anymore, practical anymore.
Yes.
They're not practical, then no
It's
business.
practical. You know, last time I have one participant from Singapore, working in Singapore, Malaysian guy lah, Singapore. But it's a very big machine, very big system. It's a whole storage and everything. You know, the price for the program only 1.5 million from Germany. Malaysian ringgit lah, Malaysian
Ours
ringgit.
one is so complicated. You know lah, ours one is not so many sensors, so
Yeah.
the cycle is quite simple.
That one is very big lah. You see, they charge 500,000 Singapore dollar only for the program. You know. They say the one for one, the 1 to 500. Because even though they buy the program, they need someone to understand the program.
Yes. No point.
No point. Okay, so this one later we'll try. The one you tell me, right? Later we'll try. Then they have a battery board. Okay, yeah. Battery board is to add a battery. Okay, why I need a battery? This PLC have a time, you know. There's a time inside the PLC, current time lah. So, but if you power off for too long, months lah, not weeks, still okay. Months, the time become like your what? You know the older headphones. Now new phone okay lah. You know the older headphones with the battery. You remove the battery, put back sometime. The time will go back to 90 something. So same happen for these PLCs. Okay. The thing is that if the time is important, you are using the PLC time to do some programming, then you add the battery. The PLC time is not important, then you need battery. So you want to do something like this. Example, every day 8 o'clock, automatically I want to do something. Example, I want to on this lamp 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock. So means I need to use the PLC time to on and off the lamp, right? Then I put the battery. are not using battery. That's why if you see most of when I troubleshoot, I never see 1200 use a battery. Never see in my life. I'm not sure where any company using, but we never see. Because they are not using that time. So no need. Yeah, that's also no. Because you know why? I know yours, they add a time, a pulse to calculate the time. I know, because last time you know, remember
Pulse calculate.
there's a pulse there to do the counter, count the number of days work, number of for one whole year. There's a counter. Okay.
Or the running hour.
Running hour. So the running hour is depend on when you PLC power on, I will start to count. It's not like based on your PLC time.
Okay.
For each process.
It's based on your programming.
On programming, based on the time.
Yeah, no.
They getting you on.
You want, I will start to count.
Count the hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I still remember last time Mr. Fares, what he asked me is because the earlier the timing counter, the moment you power on the PLC, it will start to count. So means if not using also, it will still counting. But what last time?
Unless you off it lah.
Unless you power off the PLC, not counting.
Because the one is used for servicing, annual servicing.
Yeah, servicing, annual servicing.
Annual servicing, they count 6,000 hours, maybe 8,000 hours, you need to do annual servicing.
Yes.
Because it's using power lah.
Yeah, but so what happened last time, Faris he told me, he asked me to, because it's like always counting. So what he asked is, whenever the machine running, then only need to count. Then I go into the program, search one memory there, put that memory. So whenever the machine is running, then only need to count.
Yes.
So now it's not like 1 year. It's like 1 year running. I think, I don't know, 86,000 seconds or something. Last time it counts. Okay. So for that, only battery. Because you use programming for that.
Okay.
Okay. So these boards, all the boards lah. Okay. Then from DQ, right? DQ, DI, AQ, AI. This one all on the right hand side. That one is the module type. This type. Okay. Excuse me. I ordered food just before. Okay. I bring bike today. So just now raining, right? So I order food. After I order food, I rain stop already. Okay. Then you have a communication modules. You go down. These communication modules also they have a lot of communications. Go click here. So they have a profit bus, point to point interface. Point to point is for the Modbus lah. Modbus, industrial remote, like remote access. Means
Profibus and Modbus, what is the difference?
okay. Modbus is like a universal communication. Anyone can use. Profibus is a Siemens communication. This one. Siemens serial port. Like, very simple as Siemens Ethernet port, right? It's normal Ethernet, but Siemens called Profinet. Same thing. This one is normal serial port, but they use the 485 protocol lah. But Siemens they call Profibus.
Okay.
So what happened? What is different between Profibus and Profinet? Sorry, Profibus and Modbus.
Modbus.
Very simple. I give you an example. Need the drive. Because if you understand the concept, then you will know when to use Modbus, when to use Profibus. Profibus, Profinet, same. Okay. So Siemens have all the parts. Because I do a lot of training Siemens,
Yeah.
right? So I need to buy all.
You also do, let's say the panel also you can do, right?
Yeah,
Let's say we say like our equipment panel,
yeah.
we also can ask you to code and
Yeah, can. Video panel and wiring diagrams.
everything on. Next time, okay.
Because we bought a Siemens only.
Budget?
Our equipment all similar.
Yeah. I do last time I do panel. Because last time I used to do panel. Because my Singapore was, whenever you do project in Singapore, the panel we build here, cheaper. So we buy the parts here. So the panel I do around, last time before COVID I do around 20 panels. Total 20 plus panels. All Siemens. Because German is a German guy. Of course you will use Siemens. So all Siemens. Mostly the 300 . So here's the best. Okay. Now we see here I have a Siemens drive. Siemens drive lah, okay, and a Siemens PLC. So I want to control this, and I see this one can support Profibus. Okay, so I also got Profibus pop. So what I do, I just take Profibus cable like this. Because it's a very simple, it's a 2 cable only. Same like the 485. So it's a 2 cable, yes, okay. So because the protocol they use is a 485 protocol, the cable, okay. So I just connect here, one, then connect here, okay. Then what I do, I go here, I just add the module, add this drive, because it's Siemens drive, right? I add this drive. Once I add, I can get the addresses like this. You click here. Yeah, later I think we can add, so I can want to show you. So once I add, I will get these addresses like these are. So once I get, very easy to, so I don't need to do any additional programming. I already get the address. So according to the address, so one address for the speed, one address to the movement. So I just straight away go to the program. So I just go to the program, okay, set the speed, okay, move. Just 2 lines enough to run this program. In this case, this is the Siemens, this is the elaborate. This elaborate don't have Profibus because mostly other brands also can support Profibus. But particularly this model don't have Profibus. Even though Profinet also don't have. But you see they use Ethernet port, right? But it's not Ethernet. The port is RJ45. But the protocol is not Ethernet. It's a 485 protocol.
Okay.
So when you go to the manual, in the manual they say this one can support Modbus. My PLC, I need a Modbus. So what I do, I add up the RS485 module. Okay. After I add, this one has two cable only, if you see. It's two cable. I connect here. Then I connect here. So if I do like this, in configuration, right, I cannot add this module. For this I can add. For this I cannot add. So what I do, I go to the program. There will be a Modbus block. I need to add that block. Then I need to do settings. Because if you're using Modbus, you need to do the Modbus ID, the powertrain, everything. So all the setting I need to do that. Must have two blocks minimum. One is the communication, one is the master or slave. Okay. And you do two blocks. After that only you can control this. So that is the concept. This one I need to add. So the idea is, if let's say if I want to use this drive, this drive also same. Okay. This one got Siemens drive. It's a Profinet, right? So I just can use the Ethernet cable connect here. So if I'm using this one, so I'm using a Profinet. Profinet, same concept as Profibus. I need to add here. So the idea is very simple. For this guy, for this PLC, the PLC will know the drive is Siemens. For this one, the Profinet, the PLC will know the drive is Siemens. But if I'm using a Modbus, the PLC won't know what is this drive. The PLC only will know it's a Modbus device. That's all. The PLC won't know it's a drive or it's a load cell, any type of sensor.
So basically, if you're using Siemens, you use Profibus, Profinet.
Profibus is easier but expensive. Let's say I want to just rotate. You buy this one, the whole set is around 1,800. Okay. Maximum can go up to which one is 0.55 kilowatt. But if I'm using a Delta, for example, Delta, it can go up to 1.5 kilowatt, which is 800 something. But I can't use Profibus. I must use a Modbus. This is cheaper price, but I want to control the simple way. So I can use that. So it depends on the pricing. Actually, the Profibus is not pricing. Another advantage is, okay, if I'm using a Profibus for this module, let's say I want to add a motor drive, I can add up to 16. Okay. If I'm using a Profinet, okay, for this 1,200, I can go up to 16 or 32. Okay. If this one, I can go 120 Profibus. And if I'm using this one and Profinet, I can go 128. Because this one is limited lah, just 32 only. So depend on how many drivers, how many systems. So that is the difference.
But if RTU 485 for Siemens to Siemens, also you need to add the data block.
Yeah, of course.
If you are using RTU, then you need to
If you add Modbus, then you must use the. If let's say Siemens PLC to Siemens PLC want to communicate, right? Because they have a function called put get function, so no need to use Modbus. Just use the put get. Whatever data you want to take, you can take. But if you want to use Modbus, then use the.
What if, let's say, we have Profibus and we do have Modbus card? So you want to, normally our problem is we have Profibus, let's say we have done a Modbus, and the customer want to read from their BMS.
Okay, yes.
How to do it? Let's say we only have Profibus.
So
And
let's say,
what
okay, I understand.
Modbus.
Okay,
They
let's
only have
say,
Modbus to read.
okay. In that case, okay, let's say what I explained. So let's say your PLC have a Profinet or Profibus.
Okay.
Because there's a module like this for Profibus also. So let's say your PLC got Profibus and Profinet. But on your customer side, the BMS let's say the BMS can support profit net or profit bus, then I monitor more.
Yes.
But let's say the BMS don't support profit bus, they only can do more bus.
Yes.
Then you can need to adjustment.
Uh,
No choice.
no choice.
No choice.
No other choice.
No other choice.
If no profit bus convert to
Cannot.
more bus, then no cannot.
Because profit bus is like Siemens. So very easy.
So that's the only solution.
That's the only solution. Because you know, mod bus is like a universal.
Yes.
They have their own language. They have their own addressing and everything. It's not tough. You need to understand the concept. Once you understand the concept, it's very straightforward.
Yes.
Last time when before I also thinking, oh, mod was very difficult. Mod was very difficult. Then when I start to teach, do training, then start to connect, then I understand the concept. Then after I understand the concept, okay, then now I know it. Okay, it's very straightforward. The thing is, you need additional programming for Modbus to talk to the device. Profit bus, profit net, just communicate, just do the setting here, you can communicate.
Configuration.
Yes, very simple. I show you. First we do the profit net, then I show you profit bus. Okay, you click here. Okay, this is the profit net, right? So let's say I want to add a drive, for example. Click on the drive. Okay, my drive is Cinnamon drive. Okay, click on the Cinnamon drive. Cinnamon G. 120. Yeah, control unit. Okay, take the last, second last. Yeah, just drag, put it in. Because once I show you the concept, you get the idea. Okay. So now you see my PLC know the drive. Okay. So I just click here. From here drag and connect it. From here drag and connect it. Yes. That's all enough. Okay. Then I need to do you click here. It will show the IP address. Okay. Once done, you double click here. You right click this PLC, bring the PLC to the drive, right click, properties. Okay, bring it up this one. From down.
Okay.
Yeah, from here you bring it up. Yeah. Okay. See, I'll show you. Can I use this one?
Yeah.
So this is called hardware configuration. So, sorry, I do the mapping here. So here we have PLC 192.168. PLC 192.168.01. Then we connect to a VFD, right? It's a Siemens VFD, yeah? Okay. So from here to here, I connect. So this one is the profit end. Right. So VFD1. His IP address is 192.168.02. Okay. Now, can you go to the Telegram configuration? Open. Okay. Drive. Okay. This one. Bring it up here. Okay. So you see, there's they call standard Telegram. Telegram means very simple. How many data you want to take? How many data you want to save? Okay. I just need two data enough. Okay, because two data, one data is to control, one data is to speed. Same thing. Okay. So once I do this one, I get the address. Can you see the I address? Okay, that is you click here. No, click here. Can you see send? I address receive. Receive here, receive. It's a queue. Okay. So very simple. After I do, from here I get IW256. It's a word lah, okay? It's like an analog because the value 258. Then QW256, QW258. For two data, two input, two output. So doesn't matter lah what is the data, but I already get the addresses. Okay. Now, again, go back here. User can close. Click here. Add another drive beside here. The same drive, yeah. Okay, same. You drag and connect here. Become 3. Okay, so whatever. So I have a BFD2. Same profinet, right? Same profinet. 192.16803. You double click the drive. Right click the drive property. Okay. Properties. Go to drive. Okay, so it's 260. Right. So for this, I have a two address IW260, IW262. Then output also same lah. QW260, QW262. So what is the meaning? Don't care lah, because for the output, right, one is to control the drive forward, backward. One is for the speed. For the input also same. One is for the status, whether it's running or standby. Another one is the current speed. So you see, I just add here, I get this data, I can straight away do the program. Okay, now we do the profit bus. We go back here. So bring it down. Yeah, okay. Go up. Scroll up. Double click the PLC because the PLC don't have profit bus, right? Right. Double click. Because the PLC don't have profit bus port. What we do, can you see? Under the communication module, there's a profit bus. I think this one, the first one. This click one time. Go down here, I want to see the description. Okay, scroll down. Okay, profit bus. Okay, we will drag this one, put it here, or double click here. Okay, second, close. So you see, I added here, right? You right click property. Right click properties here. On the right hand side. Use right hand side. Okay, yes. Okay. Go to profit bus address. So you see, I add they call PP, it's a profit bus module. So the address is 2. Okay, the address is 2. Okay. Now I added ready, I click here. Okay, you will go down, minimize this one. Now I add a DP, sorry, the profit bus module. Yeah, this drive. Yes, this drive and module. Now from this drive to this drive you connect. I mean from the profit bus to profit bus. So this address is 126. So what happened is I add another VFDE 3, right? This one the DP address is 126. DP means the profit bus lah. So I connect here to here. Okay. Once I connect, you double click the drive 3. Same thing, right click the drive properties. Yeah, right click properties. Okay. Same, there's a Telegram configuration. You click here. Open the Telegram configuration. Go to drive. Click here. The address is towards. Why the partner is not specified? You click here general. Profit bus address. Subnet. Drive 3 here. Open. Send. No, yeah, send. Yeah. Specific. Why unspecified? Click here. Go back. You go up. Okay. Plus one outside. Click here. Okay, master, no master select. Okay, select master. Okay, now my double click here. The master is not here. It is subnet. Click here. Subnet in operating mode. Click here, operating mode. Okay, master, click here. Okay, you add DPC. Okay, you click here, add transfer again. Yeah, add new. Some additional. Okay, double click. Yeah, transfer your one. Okay, master address. Tap here. Okay, you click here on sign. Go to profit bus address. Something is there. Go back. So we close. Okay, click not assign here. No master. You click here, delete this one. Yeah. Right click, delete. Yes. Okay. You click assign. Not assign now. No master. Okay. Click here. No master. Can click here, is it? Try to click here. Okay. Because looking for the master was 1500 module. That's why. Okay. Never mind. I want master in here. You from here to here you click. Because I need 1500 module to become a master. That's why. Okay, that one I might be okay. So you see, I add here. So, but since no master, that's why no address like this lah. But after we add a master, we will get the address, same address like this. Okay. Same address. IW the one 260. Okay. So it becomes 264. IW 266. QW 264. QW 266. So once you add all these, straight away you can get the addresses like this. But if you're using a mod bus, you go to the PLC. Now again the PLC. Yeah. Take the don't take point to point. Yes. Open. Take the 485. Yeah. Okay. Double click or drag and put it there. You right click property. Property. Then under here go to click here. Under here we need to choose that. Parity, mount rate, everything. Okay. So you see here, I add RS 4 and 5. Okay. Then let's see, I add a VFD. So this one is a profit bus. VFD 4. Okay. Now, all these are Siemens one. Correct? All these are Siemens, right? This is some random value. Even Siemens also can use that. So now, because this guy don't have profit bus or profit net. Okay, this guy have a RS 485 also. Okay, then you go to this manual and need to check whether this 485 can support one bus or not. Okay, most of the drive can support one bus. So what I do, this one, I go and connect it. Okay, so it's just a RS 485 only, yeah? Just a 485 combination. But once I do, right, my PLC won't recognize the drive. My PLC will know there is a device, it's a 485, that's all. Okay. So when I want to do program for this, all these, just a standard program. For VFD 1 and 3, yeah. It's a normal program. Okay, start. Okay, whatever. What the program can do. But for VFD 4, the first thing, okay, very simple. I just give you an example. If I want to move forward, I want to forward. For if you want to use this drive, this is the forward one. This is to control the drive. So QW56, the value is 1150. So if I press start, if I move this number to here, my drive will move. But how I get this number is according to the manual. So just direct this program and finish. But if I want to do a one pass, we want to control this. I need to do a MB-COM, a combination block for one pass. Then this is where I need to select this module. Like I said, if I select this module but physically don't have PLC to give you error. But I do here, but this one I leave it empty. I didn't connect this one, no problem, can go. But when you want later, when you want to add, after you add this module, then the problem solved. Okay. So one is for the combination, one is for the empty master. So need to do some setting lah. Also need to do some setting lah. Just now for what profit bus, right? You have a profit bus address 2126, right? For mod bus also you call mod bus ID. Say this mod bus ID is 1. So somewhere here we need to put the 1. Okay? Then we need to do After I do this one, then only I can do this something similar programming. Start. Move. This one of course like depend on the drive. What is the value? Say 26. Okay, go back. Memory, what memory W10. Because QW directly I get for you. This MW10 is because of you. So the concept is very simple. If you're using profit net or profit bus, now the PLC, because the PLC we know, right? You click here. So you click register. Close this one. Yes. Okay. So when I do this one, when I do the profit net profit bus, my PLC will know this is my drives. This is a dynamic drive, dynamic drive, dynamic drive. 2 is profit net, and I already get the addresses. Okay. So if let's say now drive number 2 is not working properly. I go here, I check the address, I go to my program, I see what happened to the address, why no value. But VFD4, there, not here. So how I know? So I go to the program, I go to this one, from here, go here, then from here I need to get the address. Then only I go and troubleshoot. So that is the concept, how it works. But it's not cheaper in the pricing wise. Okay, so you get the idea, rough idea. Okay, so that is the difference between these two. One more thing. Let's say you want to do profit net, but the drive you don't want to use Siemens, but you want to do some other drives. Also okay. But make sure that drive must support profit net.
Okay.
So I think this laptop got or not, I'm not sure. You go up. Yes, you close this. You go to the other field device. Profinet icon. Drives. Okay, you see, I download some drives here. ABB, Schneider, SCW. Okay, this one is originally not here. Oh, I need to install. Install the package. Okay, do you know the GSD file?
GSD file.
No. Okay, I show you. GSD file means I'm not sure here or not. You minimize it. Minimize the dash. Yeah. Okay, this also can minimize. Open your folder, never mind. Go to downloads. Here, downloads. Downloads here. Okay. GSDML or some okay. What happened is if you're using some other brands, let's say the other brands support Profinet, you must go to their website, need to download the GSDML file. GSDML or GSD file. For example, you go to is it the Google connected? Okay. You disconnect your laptop Ethernet port. Yeah. And then only can connect with Ethernet. Okay. Click here. Okay, you click 2.4. Connected. Okay, that is connected. Okay. You click here. Okay, you Google. Okay, you put here Mitsubishi VFD space Profinet GSDML. GSD. Okay. Enter. Something like some WinCC files are. Maybe to use go down. Only just okay. Send for feedback. Go down. Okay, go up all the way up. The first one. Yeah. So let's say your drive is Mitsubishi, you must go to the Mitsubishi website. The drive is just now you got, you see ABB, Schneider, right? And you download from their websites. Okay. You look at okay. Okay, so this one I get something. Turn profile then. Can I okay, can you click it? Okay. I download already, yeah. Let's say I want to add a Mitsubishi drive here. Okay. Download already. Okay. Minimize this. Okay. You right click here. Unzip. Last one. Okay. Close. You right click. Just hit the unzip to GSD. So already unzip in memory. Go back here. Okay, you open. So you see, you this one make it bigger a bit. The Mitsubishi is not here. I go to tools. Option, go to option. Okay, go to option. Okay. Manage GSD. Right. Okay, click that. Click here. Downloads. Okay, the Mitsubishi. Yeah. The Mitsubishi. Okay. Select folder. Can you see? There's one Mitsubishi, right? Okay, click here. Click select. Tick here. Install. So it will install the catalog here. So later you can just add. But normal Mitsubishi drive and the drive can support Profinet. Probably the one will be expensive. Okay, done. Close. Give it a update and okay, go back to the device and networks. Double click. The device and network means the whole thing lah. Device configuration means only the PLC. Now go to the other field device. Profinet IO. Drives. You see Mitsubishi there. You open. FRE800, so that's the model example. Yeah. Drag and put it. Now from this internet, the green color. From here to here you go. This one connected. You double click here. You open this. You go and choose. I think you can choose from here. Additional one extra step lah. Because this one after I add, I straight away get this. This one extra step. Okay. Just double click. I get the interest. You see standard telegram. You see, huh? So if I'm using Mitsubishi VFE, same thing, the profit net I can use, right? Okay. Then after I connect, of course this one also will have a IP address. 192.168.0.3 and it shall come from. Then what is the address? 68, right? I know. So IW68, IW70, QW64, and QW67. So for this programming, the programming will be same as this. So VFD shall become VFD5. So
you have like,
yeah, straight away because I already get the address already, so I can program. For this, what I why the concept is very simple. After I add the profit bus, I already get the address. Straight away I get it. So I just straight away do the program. But when I want to do the mod bus, I didn't get the address. So what I need to do to get the address, I need to do these two blocks. Once I do the two block, from here only I get the address. Then only I can do this. Later, last day I show you the example for that one. I have
communication and things.
yes, I have the normal Siemens one and so I show you the comparison. So you can get something. Okay, good. Any question? So now you understand the concept one bus, huh? So normally people will confuse the one bus, right? Very simple idea is my PLC will know this is a Siemens drive, Mitsubishi drive. But my PLC won't know what is this. PLC don't have any idea. PLC know it's a device, that's all. It's a device using 4 and 5. Okay, good. Okay, go for your break. Okay. So, okay, let's drive, right? So, here got two video restaurant, you know last time. Then at the back also got mama shop, you know, right? It's a mama shop. Okay, okay. Because if you bring car, if you, but this car, if you go this way,
I know we came from there just now.
yeah.
This morning, we got breakfast, we bought from there. Maybe we go there also.
And also, no issue because timing is flexible, you know, right? Because
Okay.
same company is okay, different company only okay. The timing must start exactly this time. So same company timing no issue. Because I will be here. So normally I will bring food from the house. Today I didn't bring. So I thought I should go for buy. I think just now raining, so I straight on.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you later.
Okay.
All good.
Good. But very fun. Exercise.
Yeah. Walk is it?
Yeah.
To them.
Oh. Walk a little bit better
Yeah.
after eating. But very hot.
Yeah.
Any Singaporean customer come to here for training?
Yeah.
A lot. Here cheaper, huh?
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah. Because even the African also is a Singaporean, he's a guy, Singaporean guy, but he runs his own business lah.
Ah.
But he's not from engineering background.
Oh.
So but he buys some machineries. So he learned himself Arduino, everything. So he want to learn PLC. So initially he buy the PLC and HMI, and go to YouTube and learn. But you know when you want to learn from YouTube, you can, but you need to have the basics first. Then only you can know what to learn.
Yeah.
So since you don't have the basics, so very difficult to learn. So you come for training. So do weekend classes lah. Come for training. Then he also handle with Modbus. He have a load cell. Buy this device from it's a China device lah, some model. So it can support Modbus, but the manual in Chinese. The guy was a Chinese guy lah, but so he don't know how to take the data. Okay. He tried with another software called Modbus Hold. It's a software where any Modbus device you can connect to a USB like this.
Okay.
It's a 485 connector.
Okay.
So you connect this to your laptop, then you can open a Modbus Hold. Then you connect the device. So from there you can read data, go to your YouTube and then. But in PLC you know how to get. So you come for training. So first 4 days, of course, basic everything, you teach everything. Last day I can show him how to do that. Then because he's planning to do something. His machine got something to load cell, pay, dispense everything. So totally now you want to add a PLC. So to decide when to dispense, when to stop, everything using a PLC. He buy some things, he learn himself. Personal I get a lot. Personal. A company, yeah, once in a while. Singapore. I mean, the guys who work in Singapore, for them is affordable lah. Training fee here. Because for company pay, we charge 4,950. But if for personal, it's 4,700.
No.
your tier portal is closed.
Huh?
Your tier portal is closed.
Close already.
You open the tier portal.
You need to open the project.
Yeah, lesson one. Day one lesson one. You open the project view. Go to device and network. Device and networks. Okay, you delete all the devices lah. If no, then it become an error. So I get it now. Okay, then you double click here. Okay, these two devices also can be. Select the module. Now select the module. Yeah. Oh. That is save first. Save. So once we're done, then you can go to the PLC. Once you've done the configuration and the thing, right? Then you open your PLC. Hit the arrow. Go to PLC tags. Show all tags. So this is where we do the tagging to do a program lah. Start, stop, everything. Yeah. Okay, we do a simple one. First, you add a start, stop.
Start.
Yeah. Start, enter. Enter. Next one is stop. Okay. So can you see by default it become I 0.0 lah. Okay. So if you put any name also, it will start with 0.0. Okay. So according to your wiring, you can do the naming lah. Okay. You can do here, or another place is you go back to the device configuration. Here. Yeah, double click. This one can close. Okay. This one bring it up. Okay. So right, the property lah, right? The property of my PLC. This is the property of my PLC. Yeah.
Okay.
You go to IO tab, so it will show all the inputs, output available. So you can give the names here also. Okay, go down, the start stop is already done. You go down for the output, right? Okay, you can even give the name here. Motor 1, Motor 2, Motor 3. Go to PLC tab, it will automatically add there.
PLC tab.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Can you see? It's automatically added here also. Okay. So there's a two-way lah. You can manually do here or do it in the configuration. If you ask me, do it in the configuration is better because the address is already there. So it's easier also. Okay. But if you know the address, you can do it here also. So it's up to you. Okay. So once done, then only go to the program blocks. Okay. So can you see there's a main OB1. OB means it's an organization block. Okay. Okay. Double click the add new block. Okay. We see what type of blocks we have. Can you see we have organization block, function, data block. Okay. So there's a different type of blocks. So if you see your company programs also will have all these blocks, multiple blocks. Okay. It's based on how they want to manage them. Okay. Organization block means that is the main one. Okay. Click here. Organization block means Siemens already give you these blocks.
Okay.
Okay. The rest of these are say user defined, you define. Okay, you need to create. But for this they already create. Okay. You have a main. Main means that is the main means how the main work. Okay. When PLC in run mode, you go to the OB1. Okay, and scan the program then. Okay, how the PLC works? PLC very simple. Do you have any programs? Is timer, some move, whatever programs are there. Okay. This one we call as a run. Okay. Then sometimes we will have a network. Network 1, network 2 like this. Okay. How the PLC works? PLC scan left to right and top to bottom. That's how the PLC do the scanning. Very simple. PLC will scan this. Okay. If this one on, I give the output. Then PLC go to the next line. When this one on, time run. Okay. That's how the PLC works. Okay. So, and there's OB1. My PLC will scan OB1 first. Always scan OB1. Other than OB1, the PLC will scan the program cycle. This block. Okay. So, if let's say I add the program cycle. This one becomes the OB. Any number lah, this one by default, but you can put any number lah. Okay. So my PLC will scan both at the same time. Always scanning, continuous scanning. Okay. You see the second one, startup. Startup, right? Startup. This will be after I run, I scan, but only one time. One time scan. It means whatever program you do inside here, One time scan, finish the support. After that, won't scan continuously. But this one is continuously scan. We want it, the program cycle continuously scan. Startup only one time. Okay. Then the rest also depend on the type of the the blocks lah. Okay. Like example, like pull or plug of module. This one means I click here. This one is called after removing or inserting distributed I/O. Okay. Let's say I have a main PLC and I have a distributed I/O. Remove I/O. If I remove that only that particular time only this block will scan one time. No, not one time. Continuous scan lah until I solve the error. Means when I remove, I will have an error, right? So when there is an error, continuous only. Same for this one. So rack or station failure. So see, error if the rack or station failure. Right? Station means like I just now I add the Profibus, right? If the Profibus or Profinet got error, only that particular time only this block will start to run. Then some of the blocks are like cyclic interrupt means the moment the PLC go to run, cyclic interrupt means it will give a delay, then only can start. Not immediately start. This two is immediately start. So means depend on the when you want to run the blocks or okay. Go to function block. Okay. Function block, you see, function blocks are code block. Okay, means you can create your own blocks. Let's say like okay, just now I tell you right, like Modbus they have a block. Right. Why? Because inside the block, Siemens already do a programming for you. So if let's say I have 3 Modbus connection, so I need to call 3 times. Right? Okay, same thing. If you want to create your own block, okay, means like say that. For example, very simple. Let's say you have 3 motor, start stop, motor 1, start stop, motor 2, something like that. Means I need the logic will be the same logic, right? So I don't need to create 3 logics. I only get 1 logic and I can use multiple times. That is called code block. Code block. Then, but what is FC also can do code block. You think here? See, functions are code block. Okay, but what's the difference? So code block without dedicated memory. Okay, you click here function block. Function block or code block that store the value in a data block. So when you use a function block, it store the data in the DB data block. But all these later we will learn also. Okay. Go to function FC. Yes. Function or code block. Same like just now. Or subroutine. Subroutine means how we know. Doing a program that is normal program. Okay, so let's say you have your program, right? So you have heating, right? Heating, then you have cooling. So what so many processes. Actually, all the program in OB1 you can do no problem, but the program will be very big. So instead, what I do, I create 1 FC for heating, 1 FC for cooling, 1 more FC for communication programs. So I can arrange my program. Subroutines they call. Normally this one they call main routine. So this is subroutines. So you can do that also. Okay. Then data block. Data block, you click the data block. Same like just now we see the addressing, right? We have a memory or DB. We have 2 types. 2 type memories lah. One memory is like they call auxiliary relay. It's used as a relay only. This data block, if you want to keep the value, want to retain values, you can use data blocks. If you don't want to retain value, just want to, I take the value, I want to move somewhere, I can use the normal memory. But if the value is important, after power off and on also I want the value, I use DB. So all these block later will do. So because whatever I list down here, we learn all this. Okay. So for now, for the first day, we do in main OB first lah. Because we want to be familiar with the software first. Then the second day or second day onward, we can go use the function log, TB, everything. Because in your program, I've seen before, the program have all this. All these things. Okay. So for now, we only use the main first lah. Answer? So you see the steps. First, we add the new device, right? Do the configuration, everything is done. Second, we do the tagging. Third, we go into the blocks. Okay, go to main. Open the main OB1. Main? Yeah. Open. This one can close for now. This one also can close. Okay. So this is where we do the program. Okay. So all the instructions here, the basic instructions, and the other instructions is on right side. Okay. So of course, these 5 days we cannot cover all that. Okay. The first thing I will cover the main one first because this is common for any machine you're using. Okay, so it's common. Then later on, once we've done all this, later on we will go into your program. Then we see what is new. Then whichever we haven't done, then I show you how to use that functions, how to troubleshoot. Okay, and also I will show you suddenly. You see new instructions. So how to understand instruction? Because PLC very simple. Any instruction, there must be an input, then will be the output. So you need to know how the instruction works. Then only we can troubleshoot and also write some programming. Okay. So we do simple program. So on the open, start, then the coil, we put a motor. Motor one. So when I press that, the motor on. When I release, the motor will off. So if I want to keep the motor to run, I can use we call latching holding. And if I want to off the motor, stop. Okay, do this one. Okay, so normally open is here. So there's two ways. One is you select the line, then you select the symbol. Just click. Okay, like this, or you click the symbol, drag. Okay, you click the symbol, drag, click and drag. So, just click and hold. If you want to leave it here, and this is okay. Okay, then here double click. Yeah, double click. You can type the name, you can type the address, or you click here. You can type from here also. Start. Choose. Okay, click the start. Yeah, we do this program. Start, stop, motor one. Okay, then if you want to do the holding, you click the sign first. Here. Yeah, click first, and then you click open branch. normally open. Okay, close branch, you can use this, or you click here, drag. Yes, this is okay. Because if you close branch, it will close immediately. If we do manually inside, we can choose here or here. Okay, here we put the motor one. Once that's save. So let's say once done your programming, okay. You can save first. Okay, like this. Every time you do something, right, before you download, you save better lah. For safety purpose lah, because it's not suddenly the software, cut off and then you wasted. Okay. You do something, okay, you save. Once done, then you can go to online. You can click download to device. Download. You can click that also, or you can click here also, shortcut. Or you can right click the PLC also, there will be a shortcut also. Okay. So when you first time download, it asks you to do the connection first. Second time, third time, you need to do the connection. But your laptop connect back the internet cable. Start search. Okay, load. Continue without synchronization. Okay. The module are stopped for downloading. First time download, stop. Click here. Stop all. Okay. Look.
Got a reset module and click on.
Yes. Okay, you should. So for this, yeah. Okay, why? You see. For this one, you see, because this laptop is version 17. This one is version 15. So when you download, ask you to reset the module. Okay, why? Because you pick a different thing. Number one, okay, this is just a warning only lah, because it said size 4.7, but you selected 4.5, so warning only. But workload or work and load memory all will be deleted because of the online file. Waiting 100%. So after you download, it becomes 17.
Okay.
So when this one becomes 17, now I cannot use the 18 to upload.
Okay.
I need to download it. Imported why? Resetting modules. Cancel. Right. Now you download. Download hardware configuration. Download software. Software on. You start this. So you are not start this. Okay, finish. So you can bring it fully down. Fully go down. Okay. Once done with the programming done, then we can click monitor. So later we do some wiring there, some push buttons. Okay. So for now, we got test why the error is still there. Is it the red line is still not? Yeah. Okay. So what you do, you go offline. You write. You go to device configuration. Okay, already all device all completed, right? Okay. Right click the PLC. Download to device. Hardware configuration. Yeah. Because just now when you download, because you check the hardware same, you download the program.
Or with the communication. Right.
So just download the program. So earlier the communication card is still there. So just now I download the configuration. Okay. Now what error?
No.
Now okay. Go back to the main. Main OB1. Now no error. Okay. So now we want to test this one. Actually, there's a function called modify. Right click here. Modify. Modify to 1 or 0 lah. On or off, right? But if you click modify to 1, you cannot turn on. Click modify to 1. Cannot turn. Okay? Why? Because it's a physical input. Okay? It means I need to do wiring. Then only can can turn on. Okay? But still I want to on means I can use the force table. Click here. Yeah. Click the arrow. Use the force table. Okay. You click this one. The floating window. Then from down, you make it smaller. That is some. I just need 2 or 3 lines enough. Okay. You key in here I 0.0 and I 0.1. Here. Yes. In the table I 0.0 and the next one is I 0.2. Okay, you right click the start. Force to 1. Okay. So this is on, right? Then on the motor, so you can see your output on physically, right? But you can see the inputs lah, of course. Okay, the input light is not on, right? Input light is on when I give the signal. Need to do a wiring, okay? So this force function, when we do is whenever we want to do a commissioning. Let's say I have a sensor, but the sensor I don't want to test your signal, or after you finish up your wiring, because you see when we do a machine, okay, panel, we build the panel. The machine is already there. So once we put the panel there, you need to do the wiring for the IO. So once we do the wiring IO, we won't immediately download the program. First, we test all the outputs. We on one by one. So how they on? Like this, you can force one by one. You on, you check. Heater on or not, the lamp is correct or not, all the wiring, everything is okay. Then only we will download. So that time we will use the force function. That's why the maintenance lamp is on. The PLC, right? It's a maintenance lamp. Last time they called force lamp, like old PLC, all is they write down there FRCE force. But new one all they say maintenance. Okay, so once done everything, then you can just right click, force, cancel, stop the forcing. Okay, okay, but the motor is still on now because it's latching. So I want to stop means, okay, right click the stop here on the table here. Right click, force to 1. Okay, so you cut off the motor. You right click the stop again in the table. Stop. Okay, right click, force. Okay, stop forcing. Okay, wait. You see, if you have not personally initiated this first job, verify with who initiated first. Let's say another guy initiated first. So for example, another guy initiated the start. Then because sometimes this force function not only for during the commissioning time, the machine running time also you can use this. Let's say one of the sensors is faulty. So you order, let's say you take 2-3 days to this. So in the meantime, you want to keep on the input, you can use this. But normally they will use the cable to bypass, right? So if you don't want to use the cable to bypass, you can use this. So let's say another guy initiate the start, then when you troubleshoot, then you see the sensor 2 need to turn on something. Then you will turn on. If you want to stop, you must check first. This one, initiate this first, because now you right click the stop and choose stop forcing, right? It will stop the start. So both also will be stop forcing. So we need to check. Okay? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, this is the force function. Okay, now what we do? I give you the some push button one, give you some wiring, so easy to troubleshoot. So I give the one and I will show the wiring diagrams. You can put inside the box. So this one I just designed something like our panel lah. So the PLC later we can put it here. Okay. Then this one for the 24-volt is lower. Then this one all the 6 switches and 6 lamps. Will be connected to the back. Okay. And the loop cable also already done. Okay. So for the input, the loop cable is the in on. For the output, the loop cable is the out. So later I'll show the wiring. And this one for the power supply. So what you can do is PLC, you can use close the power cable offline. I mean the monitor off. Yeah. So if I off and remove then it will okay because suddenly remove I suddenly not okay. So this one connect here. Then we remove this 24 volt from here, connect here first. And from here, we take the cable and power. Okay? Then this one is off the power. Then so I've drawn the wiring diagram. First thing is you take this 24 volt, take this 24, connect here down here. So save some space. First you connect first, then you can just put it. Okay, if you see Siemens, right? Siemens don't have like a bit different lah, the symbol for the power supplies. Okay, if you see L means 230 VAC. Okay, N is neutral lah. L plus means is a 24 VDC. M means is a 0 volt DC. Okay, so for the input, input can be sink or source type. Okay, what is sink or source is the NPN or PNP type. Both also can support. Okay. If you see on the input side of the PLC, you can see there will be one M. then start with 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. What I already done, we have a switch, right? All the switches I already connected. I already connected to in the loop cable lah. Then from the switch go to the terminal block also done. The input terminal block, right? Now what we need to do, we have a power supply terminal block. Right? There's a power supply terminal block, right? The 3 positive, 3 negative. Okay. What we need to do is, first thing is, from the input terminal block, go to the PLC. Good luck. One by one. Here I draw 4 only, but when you will do for all the 6. Okay. Now, to complete this circuit, right? See, very simple. So you need to connect all the inputs first, then the 1 amp and the income must go to the power supply. Income is the terminal block. There's a terminal block like income. So how it works? Income go to the power supply, the 1 amp also connect to the power supply. But power supply, right? Which one we want to connect? Positive or negative, right? Okay, you see, M means what? 0 volt, right? So if the 1 amp we connect 0 volt DC, the income must be 24 volt DC. Okay, very simple. But they say sink or source also can, right? If the input means income, very simple, I take 24 volt to this terminal block. From this terminal block, I look right. So when I press, 24 go in. So if my input is 24, this is what we call as a source. PLP condition. So means if you buy a sensor, must be PLP sensor. Okay. But here 1 amp, 0 volt, right? But since they say sink or source also can, means at 1 amp, I can connect 24 volt DC also. So if this one is a 24 volt, then the input must be 0 volt. If the input is 0 volt, we call as the sink, or if I want to buy a sensor, will be an NPN sensor. Okay, only for the input N can be 0 or 24. It's actually some PLC, normally this one we call COM. If you see Omron PLC, they don't have M or something, they call COM. If you see Mitsubishi, they put S/S, sink or source. Okay, this one for the input. So it's depend on you whether want to use source or sink. But if you ask me, Siemens commonly they use source. Okay. For the output, if you see output, it's a, they say 24 VDC lah. It means it's a source. It's fixed. You can choose. Okay. So at output, if you see at the PLC, you have a 3L plus 3M. The numbers nothing to do with numbers. Why 3M is how many times AFM? 1M. Then at the analog input, we'll have a 2M. Then at the output, a 3M. So that's the numbers, numbers nothing to do with numbers. So output 0, output 1, output 2, output 3. So we have a lamp connected to the lamp. Lamp or relay or contactor, the connection is the similar connection. So this one I connect it to outcome. Okay. Then the other side I go to the terminal blocks, the output terminal blocks. So what we have to do, all the output go to the output. Then we have a power supply. Very simple. They say L plus, right? L plus is what? 24 volt. So 24 volt DC. The M is 0 volt DC. Okay, because it's like we giving a power here. So when we give the out signal here, when the output on, here we will get a 24 volt DC. So for lamp 24 DC here means this side will be 0 volt, right? So the outcome you connect to the 0. You compute the circuit. So in this case, when I do wiring here, output different power supply, input different power supply. So also okay. Or but now, for now we will use the both same power supply, but in actual you can use different power supplies. But make sure that income you take from the power supply one example, the M also must be from the same power supply. You cannot be like income power supply one and this one power supply two. So that's the problem that day I said. Just now I said Faris informed me, right? So what happened is they use the same power supply for the input, output, and additional module also. So when the additional module they want to power up, when we check the voltage drop at the main PLC at the head here. Yes. It's actually like it's very simple. I'll show you what happened that day. You have an analog card. So then I share you how I solve the issue. Okay. So we have this module. It's an analog card. We need to power give 24 volt and 0 volt. Okay. So it was connected here. And the side now. So what happened? We take the power supply from here, right? And from here we connect here and the L plus up loop. The cable loop from here to here. Okay. The M also loop to here. So what happened that day? I think this module, the existing module is faulty. You put a new one. When you put a new one, after you do the wiring, after you connect, then when you power up, the PLC show error. So when you check power here, the voltage drop. But if you remove these two wires, then the voltage okay. If you connect the old one, then it's okay. So I think because the old one is faulty. So I asked him to check everything. He says still the same. So what happened is, I say maybe the cable in loop, right? Because it's not like direct in loop, right? We have some other, a few. So the last one is the problem. So maybe the cable loop, cable some issue. So I said, the last loop, right, we need to take out. I asked him to take out. I asked him to find out this L plus and M, right, from which terminal block. Yeah? And these are example one, this one and one you already used to hear, right? 2 is available. So I asked him to take the 2 plus and 2 minus. After that, then the problem solved. Instead of looping. So because we don't know what is the issue. Because again, if direct 1 to 1 is easier to troubleshoot, but we have many. So the last one is the problem. So want to check, it takes time. So better because even for this power up, right, I can use different power supplies. Because just to power up okay, so you have cables here. So first you connect the power of this. So you get the cable. If there's no this one you can cut lah, but cable long you need to cut. Just slide it down. Okay. I mean the cable management is not important. Just need to you make sure you understand why 24, why 1M is 0, that is important. Anything is because all the cable I have is all refurbishment. Last time I used for projects, all that, right?
Connect to all inputs, right?
First you connect the power first.
or input?
Or the CC. So they care want to do any projects.
Input first.
This laptop okay.
Yeah, you want to use this laptop?
Oh, okay. Good.
The charger is
Cable okay lah. Saya check kali baru. Ya. Saya nanti you cleaning the whole bag. The vacuum cleaner. Clean the whole thing. Thought it was the main port. See, it was the blah blah. Which one? You strip that one. What are requesting for the CCW PLC? Omron.
but I don't use the compact logic.
Or use the packaging. I sent a message. Who replied?
But I checked this one. Everyone tried the app, but he said 2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks.
Then she, because she's, because initially she asked for Siemens. Then she said she have a CCW project 5.
Yes.
So she can use that and see. I checked it. But I told her, the last time we have the micro, and I said I already used for project. So now I checked it is applied. And I told her that because she already moved 1 week earlier. I told her. And she said okay, because she doesn't mind when you want to see. She wants to understand how to do it.
Because in Shopee, he said the processor price 1,050. In Lazada 500.
That's why.
So I was confused. When I go and see up order, then he said, oh, because the price is different than big issue.
But you haven't replied.
Yeah, he haven't replied. So I was like kind of concerned. Because that his shop page also got no review, nothing. Looks very.
sama.
是in 跟 out 很多路咯。
啊
in 跟 out 24 VDC 跟0 VDC。那个高速要去3个地方。
Lúc Tiền lúc
前面路上去。
lúc这个已经把录了，
哦，已经录了哦，没有听，不会这样子
看就知道了嘛。
是咩？哦，
所以我比你快就是这样。
难怪啊，我全部从全部塞一个地方，
不要拉出来了。
不用紧张，这样就知道原来这个黄色的是
Jumper 那叫做 jumper，
是咯，哎，
怪不得我喜欢你这样快，我提前都不知道的那种。哪知道你的吗？原来是自己做的。不是这个很好用的，家里的电脑嘛，做到半天买
是咯，
做一个长波这样，但是这个不知道给多少钱。长波很好用。
录这样子，
你不用做那么多connector，你就把你买长波。
benar.
VGC 也是有一个要录，没有零 VGC 也是有一个需要录。啊，需要的
最主要在旁边的比较基础。
一点进必须出。不是录了，就是这两条出来。
我是最近才写，现在就整天想这些东西，没有工作别的东西。
没有兴趣就开始了。
没有让他写，没有几年。
那有兴趣。
时间。没办法。
Yeah, some is some is ideal version.
Okay. Not sure okay. Yeah. It's good.
So you use sink or sauce?
Sauce.
Bless you. So this one so you use sink.
Sink is normal or
No.
normally Siemens use sink?
Sauce.
Sauce. Sauce means 24
24 to the com and 0 to the 1 end.
uh,
Yeah, because mostly like China, Japanese system, Japanese machine, they use
sink and BN.
yes. Europe, US, one normally sauce.
Always on the side.
Okay. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. Motor. That's okay.
Yeah.
So yours is sauce, right?
Yeah.
This is 0. This is 0, right? This one must be 24. Yes. Okay, then you can. So now what we do, we add some timer, some X, some programming lah. Okay. So when I start motor on, so let's say I want to automatic off the motor, you click here. Add a branch. Open. Yes. Normally open.
No.
Yep. Motor one.
More to what?
Okay. Yep. Motor one. Okay. Then and enter. Then click this line first. Want to add a timer. Go to instruction. Right? At the right hand side. Instruction. Then timer operation. So they have a few types of timers lah. Timer pulse, timer on delay. Okay. So what I want to do is when I start motor on, after 10 seconds I want to off the motor. So means I need a timer that is when turn on after 10 seconds only give me the output. So that is the TON because it's an on delay. You double click. Okay, wait, it goes here, right? Okay, and this TON is a, if you see, if you call the function block, it's a function block type. Okay, just now we see the function block, right? It's a function block type. So the function block save data in a data block. Okay. You give it a name, timer 1. Okay. Then you add 10-second timer. Timer 1. No, timer 10 second, 10S.
Okay.
Key in 10S, the PT.
Then has
Yes.
okay.
Okay. Then, so what happens is, how this timer works TON, when there is the input, the timer will start to count until 10 seconds. Once I reach 10 seconds, I will get the output and Q. Okay. So I want to add the Q, then normally want to off the motor. So at the Q, I will get a signal like 1 or 0. Right. So where I need to store the signal, right? The output. So I use memory to store. Okay. So you click here. Okay, you add an output coil.
Output coin.
Yes, one. So we're going to use a memory M, because in the PLC test we have a start stop and the start stop and the motors, right? It's an input and output memory not there. So we key in here M0.0. Enter. Right click the tag 1. No, the name tag 1. The M0.0.
Like one.
Yeah, the M0.0. The name. No, the name. You right click the name. Right click. You can rename. Yeah. Okay, so this memory, I want to use this memory to off the motor 1. So you put motor 1 off.
Name.
Motor 1 off.
Okay.
Okay. Save. Download. Go to online. No, not that online. This one is going online now. Can also. Then you can click this download here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just click download to D1. Yeah. Okay, monitor. Now you press the start and see what happens. What happened? You press stop. Start again. So you start to count, right? Once so output haven't on that. Once I reach the 10 second, then with the output now. Okay. If I stop, you press stop. If I stop, I cut off the motor. So when the motor on, the input off, right? So the timer will reset. So when timer reset, your output also off. So that is how the timer works. So if you want to troubleshoot, you need to understand how this block is work. Then only you can troubleshoot. Right? Because this one is okay lah, standard, very basic, normally open, normally close. Because that one, if you see also can understand. Because you can follow the green line. But the timer and other functions, or so many functions. So you need to understand how the block is work. Then only we can solve the issue. So how this block is work? Then this line is on, start to count. The line off, I reset. Okay, you start. Start counting. Okay, stop. Go back to zero. Okay, it's not because of start stop, because of this line. So once I reach 10 seconds, I give output. Then if the input off, this one becomes zero, the output off. That's how the timer works. Okay. So now what I want to do is I start motor on. After 10 seconds, this I store the signal into memory, right? Now I want to use this memory to off the motor. So I put here normally close. Now I'm online, right? Online and monitor. You click here. Normally close. It will automatically become offline. Okay, it's not like you are doing online edit. It's automatically offline. Then you need to download it. Okay. And here you put the M0.0 here. So after 10 seconds, this memory will on. So I use this memory here to cut off motor 1. Okay. Then I can use the same memory. Click here. I go into network 2. Because network 2 I will use for motor 2. So easier to arrange. Okay. Put normally open. Yes. M0.0. Then output you put motor 2. The coil. Yes, that is one. Not so okay. Then here, here you add the coil. Yeah, coil or output. Something I use. Okay. Then here you add the motor 2. Yep. Okay. Now I'm going to test this one first. Okay. Download and test. Save, download. Save first. Save project. Then download. This one. Download can use this. Okay. start and you see what happens. Whatever. Off, right? But motor 2 didn't on. Right? Why? Any idea? Because you see, you again start. We observe the M0.01 and we see whether this one is on or not. Okay, we can see this one on, right? But because of this, that's why the motor off. So what happened to this memory? This memory, if we, because there's any very fast, if we see slowly, after 10 seconds, this memory on just start, right? And I use this memory here and here. So what happened? This memory, when the on, it is cut off here. And here I cut off, the motor off. So it reset. So what happened to here? So when the moment on, here also on actually. Then after motor 1 off, here become normally closed, here become normally open again. So actually your motor 2 is on, but on off very fast. Same like your push button. So in this case, I can latch the motor to stay on. So that normally close. In front. Normally close. No. Delete inside. Yeah, delete. Okay. Can also. Okay. That one is for the stop lah. But first I latch it. You click here. In front. Yes. And a branch normally open. We open, then close the branch. Okay. Here put motor 2. Then here you double click here, change to normally close. Okay, delete. Stop. Now down enters. Now can stay on, right? Because of the latch. Because this memory will become on off. Okay. So now for this one, you see this one now same like there. Start motor 1 on. Here I use this memory to on motor 2. So for this, if I want to add timer, same like this. Okay. So you click here, you add a latch.
Flash.
Branch. Okay, put normally open. Motor 2. Then I want to add timer, right? So you click here first. For timers, don't copy from here to here. Because if you copy, then it becomes same DB1. So we have a conflict. So cannot run. Okay. Go to instruction. TON double click. Okay. Put 10 seconds. Then same, you add an output and a memory. Okay, just now already used M0.0, right? Now you add M0.1. Right click the tag 1, the main. No, right click. Rename. Okay, why rename? Because when we give a name, so we know this memory is for what. Okay, so this one is to motor 2 off. Then I use this memory to off. You put here normally plus M0.1. Only close M0.1. Okay, that's it.
Still on. Motor 2 still on.
Motor 2 still on. Right.
After 10 seconds, 10 seconds.
Mana? Okay, why? Okay, download you just. Download first, yes. Okay, motor 2 complete, timer running. Right. Supposed to off after 10 seconds, right? Still on, correct? Okay, so we troubleshoot why? Why this one still on? Because I stopped that only off, not by the timer, right? So I use this memory here to back on screen. Yes. can work. Any question?
Sorry?
Any question?
But usually latching the normally open is the stop button
Stop button.
for the normally open. And
Normally close. This one is a normally close.
Yeah. is the stop
Not necessarily.
necessary.
Is why I use the stop button. You see, for stop button I use. For this one also I use. Okay, because why? When I use this. So we need to understand the logic. Okay. So why I put the start, because you see start and stop button both are same button, correct? Right. Both are same button. Means when I press, then only I have a key. Okay. It's a normally open button. You can see here we put N1. There's another one NC. Okay. So means when I press, then only input. When I press, then only input. So it means both the signal is the same signal, right? Okay. This is the output. Then for stop I put here. Why? Because both the button initially value is 0. If normally open 0 means that the signal will be until here. If normally close, if the signal the value is 0, because normally close, I want on, so the signal can go. Okay, so for normally open, when I press, it become 1, right? So it will close. So it become like this, then I send the signal here, and this one on, here also on. So how the PLC work? PLC, it will read from here, then when this one on, actually on here, but it won't be like immediately latched. My PLC need to go to here, then only PLC no, okay, this one is on, then only it will on. Okay, same go for here also. So then time the TON, and this is the memory, right? I put the memory also. So initially the memory went on, right? So so you see when I press start, you see how it goes. When I press start, the signal goes here. So it's like normally like ladder diagram something like here is 24, here is 0, like a wiring diagram. Okay. So that's why it's a normally open coil. So when I start motor on, wherever I use, every place will become 1. So here I put normally open 1. Here also normally open. So it will close, right? Okay. But PLC go here first. Do this latching. Then only go here. Click. Okay. Then of course this one scanning is much more faster than we press and release because it's in milliseconds. So we press and release. Turn off, still on. Then continuous scanning. After 10 seconds, this one on will energize. So what happens when this one energize? I cut off here. So when this one cut off, my PLC scan go here and see. Off already, right? Off here, off here, off here. Okay. Then my PLC go here. Okay, see, it's already off. I cut off this. Then my PLC go here, already off. I cut off this. Then off this one, then only become. Okay, so that is how the PLC works. But for the same type of button, both the same time. But for the start button, I put not open because when I press, I want to energize the mode. So when I press stop, I want to cut off. So that's why you see. So it's not like stop means not always must be a normally close. Let's say I put a normally closed button. Let's say physically it's normally closed. So I must use the normally open pin. Because why? Physically normally closed means it's always one. So means always on. So when I press the start button, the signal goes here. Then when I press the stop button, it becomes 0. So so depend on the button also. So when we sensor all that, same settings. Okay, any question? Can I? Okay, so every time even though we do a small changes, but I just want to add only one also I need to download. Because PLC based on the program inside the PLC. So if I just do here but I didn't download, it won't work. Okay? We go for break. Then after the break, we continue. So we see some other functions. So of course, normally open, normally close coil. Every project, this four, every project we use one. So common one. Okay. So then later we see the set reset and pulse functions. Okay, if you want coffee or tea, you can make the coffee or tea. Okay. And continue with other functions. So today my target is set the parts finish, then tomorrow do some project like startup project, make sure you're familiar with the software. Then we see the other function block, FCTP, everything blocks. Then you can go into your machine program. So we have more time on, we can spend there in the machine program. So this one you click here. No, here, click here.
This one?
No, here. Yeah. Okay. Now what we do? We go offline.
Offline.
Monitor off also can. Offline here also can.
This one?
This one also can.
No.
This one also can. So let's say I want to on Moto 3, but I don't want to use the coil. I want to use the set reset function. Okay. So what I do, I take this memory, go down, we put it here, normally open.
Normally.
Yep. M0.1. Then you add this coil. We double click the coil. Use the set S.
Set.
SS. Okay. S means it's a set. Then here you put the normally open. So normally open. Here Moto 1, Moto 3. So means if I'm using a set, right, I don't need to lash like this.
Okay.
Because coil means if this line is on, the coil on. This one is off, coil off. Set means I just give one signal, it will be always set. Okay? Okay. If I want to off the motor, it means this one when I stop the motor off, right? So if I want to off, put here normally you add a branch, normally open,
Normally.
open. Yeah. Stop. Okay, then you add a coil. You double click the coil, change to R. So put Moto 3.
Model 3.
Now we can put Moto 3. Yes. Then double click, yes, change to R. Download and test.
Go online.
Yes. Need to download. Cannot go online, right? Why? Because you bring the mouse here. See, online and offline different. Because you add the last program, right? That is not inside the PLC.
Okay.
So you need to download.
Okay.
Download. Download. Here.
Download.
Yes. Finish. Download is fine. Go to download again. Load. Load. Okay, what we do, right click here, download the device, software only changes.
Or maybe it go offline first.
No, it works like this. Okay, you go down.
The
Okay,
light still on here.
no, that one is okay. You go offline.
Go offline.
Okay, go online again. It's already downloaded. Just do what to update here. Okay. You click here. Okay. You press stop. Stop. Okay. Now you press start. Okay. See what happens. So you see, it should become green, right? Auto green. But you see this line is not on. So means after 10 seconds, this memory is on, right? So here also on, here also. So here is cut off. Cut off, here auto off, this one reset. So what happened to this memory is like on off, like a pulse, right? So for set, I just need one pulse enough. Like always on. So if I want to off, I need to reset. But here you see the stop I put normally open. The same button, right? This one and this one is the same button. But here I put normally close because here I want to cut off the line because it's always green, right? I want to cut off. Here I want to energize the line. Then only I can reset.
Okay.
So don't always think like stop means normally close. Start means normally open. It depends on where you want to place them. Okay, good. That is that reset. Let's say I want to automatic reset like a timer like this. Can also. You go offline. You want to add with down also can. I want to add here. I want to add a branch. Open branch. Normally open. Now Moto 3, right? Okay, Moto 3. Oh, yeah, timer. Add timer, TON. Yeah, the instruction.
Name.
Timer 3.
That's again.
That's it. Then, okay, you go up a bit. Go to network 2. Network 2. Okay. Network 2. You see, after the timer, we create a memory. so that I can use this memory to cut off the latching, right? Go down. So in this case, if I want to use a memory also, I can put the memory, then I put it down here to reset. Or you copy this, you right click the R, reset, copy, then you paste here. Okay, right click, okay. Now right click here on the cube. No. Here on the line, yeah, right click, paste it. Yes. So I can reset again. Okay, so now you see both the output is the same thing. I still can modify what I do. I delete this one. I click delete. And this one, right? I go and connect here. Bring the input. If I do this one, it will connect immediately here. So I need to manually do. Click here, drag, connect. Yes. I just simplify the program. But the previous one also can use, no issue. I just make it simple. So in programming, there's no thing like simplify means it's good. Longer means it's not like that. Okay? Whether it's the line, let's say that I give you a project, you do in 5 lines, you do in 7 lines. It's not like yours is good, this one is a bit, make sure it can run, it can do the job, it can work, and it's okay. Okay, so mostly because when we do, when we do normally manufacturing plant, right, they will follow the good, but GMP, good manufacturing practice, right? Okay, they have this, things you need to follow, right? In PLC also. Okay, thing is, when you do like addressing, start, stop, when you do the naming, like you do all capital letter, means if you all capital means all capital we should. If you're using the first letter is capital, the others all is small letter, then all must be. Then if you're using go up the memory, okay, here I use M0.0, right? The second one down there I use M0.1. Actually I can use any memory, no problem. But I follow the flow. Okay? Because if you see memory here, I have memory by 0 until memory by 4095 for this model. For this one for S7 1211 and 1212. If I'm using a bigger one, is 1214, 1215, 1217. Go up to 8,000 byte. Because in 1 byte I have 80. A lot. So I can jump also, no problem. But if I want to follow, I follow. That's the good programming practice. Because not necessarily you must start in 0.0. I can start in 100.0, no problem. But if you start 100.0, next one 100.1, 100.2. So that is problem. Because sometimes programmer what they do, they will arrange from this memory, from this number to this number, I want to use as the bit. Then from this number to this number, I want to use as the byte. Okay, okay. Sure, okay, yeah. Now we see something like byte, bit, word, how it works. Okay, here is it. In PLC, the first important one is because the logic is different. Logic, secondary logic is you do a lot of practice, then you can do your own logic, you can understand other people's logic, all that. Okay. But the main thing is the first two things important, that is the addressing. Like I0.0, Q0.0, then the data type. Okay. So in PLC we have data type Boolean. Okay, you go to my slide. Like this lah, right? Boolean, byte, word, double word lah. Okay, go down, go down, go down, go down. Yes. Okay, here. So Boolean, Boolean, Boolean. Boolean means you can store only 0 or 1. Okay, 0 or 1. So if you want to use like our digital input that is actually a Boolean bit. So that's why our input use I 0.0 correct? If Q 0.0 start like M means M 0.0. DB don't need to worry because DB you don't need to key in. You just give the name only. It automatically give you the address. So DB don't need to worry. Only these three only we manually need to choose according to your. These two according to your wiring. This one is according to availability. Okay. Then if you want to use a byte, we have byte. First one here is like simplified lah. In the manual, we have the whole thing, the whole full 100. Actually, 1 bit. Yes. 1 bit we call as a Boolean. So the value is 0 to 1. So if you want to use address, M 0.0 or I 0.0 or Q 0.0. So basically, this two is your digital I/O lah, right? It's two okay, your digital I/O. Then after 1 bit, we have a 8 bit. Because Siemens is that few PLC that using 8 bit. Because mostly PLC 1 bit straight away go to 16 bits. Okay, so the 8 bit we have a byte or we have a we can use as a short integer or unsigned short integer. 3 types. So this is called data type. Okay, this is the value lah. This is the bit. So actually all these 8 bit. 8 bit means if the 8 bit 11111, you will get some value, right? Okay. That is the unsigned. That is 0 to 255. Okay, that is in decimal actually. Okay, decimal. Okay, this one short integer means is a sign. And this one here I put sign short integer lah, but in PLC they just put short integer. It means positive negative. If they put U means unsigned means just a positive. So it's a positive negative, right? So 1 2 8 plus 1 2 7. This one in decimal. Okay, but byte is what? It's actually byte is similar to your unsigned, but it's in hexadecimal format. They normally have a hashtag. Okay, hashtag 0 to FF. If you convert this number, it become an F. This one is in hexadecimal. Okay, so if you want to use address for these, these three, so must use memory byte 0 or input byte 0 or output byte 0. So normally there's nothing. It's no digital I/O for that. Okay, it's not a digital, right? It's just a 8 bit. So, but very rare we use 8 bit. Okay, because the value is so small. Okay. The next one is 16 bit. 16-bit, we call it as a word. Okay? Or integer or unsigned integer. Okay? 16-bit means if all the bit 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, you will get 0 to 6, 5, 5, 3, 5. In decimal. Okay? The same value is in the word also, but it's in hexadecimal, which is 0 to FF, in hexa. So integer means sign that, right? So means 32, 768 here. So when we use, normally we use this one lah, unsigned integer or word lah. When we use integer is whenever the value is negative, positive, then we use this. Okay, so if 16-bit, I must use MW word. MW0, IW0 or QW0. Okay. So if IW and QW is the analog IW, because your analog is simpler, right? Your 420 EM means there's a value range, right? So that the value will be go and save into IW or QW. Okay, so this one very common we use. This one not very common, not just common. Of course, this one must use. Or digital must use. Okay, this one when involve analog, when we involve values, then we use this. Okay, then we have 32-bit. For 32-bit, same thing. It's a double word they call. Okay, double integer or unsigned double integer. Okay, so unsigned double integer means 32-bit 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So you will get 0 to that number, the 4.2 billion value. Okay, 4.2 billion. Because this number, all I remember this number again. Okay, the same value, but this one is in decimal, right? The same value in double word, but is in hexadecimal. So 0 to FF. This is in hexadecimal. So double integer means negative positive. So negative 2.1 billion here 2.1 billion. This is in decimal. Okay, so this one use memory double 0. Must use empty. So means they say you must use double word or double integer or the unsigned double integer. You must put that address empty. Okay. Here is the address. So MD also can, ID also can, QD also can. Okay, but ID, QD very rare use. Mostly empty use. Because nothing here. Right? Like I said, this one is for digital, this one for analog. So nothing. Nothing. But can use that as some type of programming you can use that. Okay. There's another one 32-bit also. That is called real. Real or they call as a floating point. This value is very big. This one is negative 2.4 times 10 to the power of 38. Positive 3.4 times 10 to the power of 38. Very big number, but very significant. That is because this one you see, no decimal point. See, no decimal number like 6,000.0, 0.5. No? Because integer numbers no decimal, only floating point or So some PLC they call floating point, some PLC they call real time. So only this one have a decimal point. So for this one, must use MD only. Of course, ID and QD cannot. But can use, no issue can use, but normally must use MD. So these are the bits we have, data type, the basic data type we have. Other than this, you have, but other than this, mostly combination of these. Other than this is you have a character, like you have an alphabet, so that one is very advanced. This one is the main one, the common one. Then this is the values, and this is the addresses we use. So the number, right, here I put all zero lah, right? All zero, zero. The number is depend on which one is available. Let's say I already use MW0. So for MD, I can use the zero rate. Because MW already used, I can use for zero rate. Or let's say I already use M0.0. So if I next one I want to use MW or MD, the number zero can use. Because the zero, this zero, right, is actually the byte number. Okay, so inside this byte, I have an 8-bit, right? So if the first bit is already used, second other bit all can use. It's already reserved, means the byte 0 is already used. So if I want to use MW, I must start with 1. But normally we don't use odd numbers, we use even numbers. Later we will learn more on this one, the addressing, when to use which number and everything. Okay? Right. Next. Yep. This one, okay. Right, we go to the tier portal again. Now we want to see. Now, this number, right, is a constant number, correct? Means I set a value, so it's always 10 seconds. Okay, so even though I off and on, it's always 10 seconds. I can change from my HMI or my SCADA. So if I want to change from my HMI or SCADA, I need to put some address here, so that I can change from my HMI or SCADA. Okay, okay. Let's say I can use DB or memory. So I want to use memory first. Go up. Okay. Should go up. Yeah. No, this program here. Go up. Okay. I want you bring the mouse here. Yeah, to the orange line. Yeah, leave it. No, bring the mouse to the orange line. Yeah, just make. Click. No need to click actually. You click here. Just bring the mouse to the orange line. Just leave it there. Okay. See here, they say they can accept time, double word, double integer. Means they can accept this double word or double integer. Only they can accept. So means if I want to key in, I must use these three address only. Of course, because it's a value, right? No, we don't use this I and Q. I must use a memory. Okay. So what number I can put here? So I must put MD, right? MD, what number I can put?
MD2.
Yes. Okay, why MD2? Can I erase this? Yeah, take picture, can take picture. Yeah. So very important. So first, why MD2? Why cannot MD0, right? If you see. So like you say, for timer, in PT, Q, ET. So it's a preset timer, this is the elapsed timer. Timer running. So actually, This one must put boolean. This one must put boolean because it's a line, right? It's a boolean. So for this, I can put time double integer double word. Time double word very simple. Time means the one we give 10s, right? Double integer means normal decimal number. Double word means it's a in hexadecimal. So whatever number you put, you can understand. Okay. So here also same. Time double integer double word. So earlier we put 10 seconds, constant number means always 10 seconds. So let's say I want to change in the HMI. So I must put a memory here. So the giving suggestion is MD2. Okay, I can start with MD2. Why? Because let's say I make it inside MD0. It's a 32 bit, right? Right. In MD0, I have memory word 0. You go to your slide. You go up. Go up some. No, the memory word. Next one. Okay. So inside MD0, I have MW0 and 2. Right. Okay. MW0 and MW2. Okay. And under MW0, I have memory byte 0, memory byte 1. Then memory byte 2, memory byte 3. So let's say, for example, use MD0 here. So this is how the format. And inside here, I have 8-bit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inside here also see. Okay. So the 32. Okay. So if I use MD0, whatever, can I use or not? I can use, it won't give me error. But what will happen? There will be a clash with numbers. You know why? Because here I use the M0. Means I already used this address. So according to your project, I already used this 2. This 2 is under MB0. Okay. So if I put MD0, automatically here they will use this 4 byte. Okay. So when I put some value here, let's say 20,000. So what happened? Become starting from here 11011 like that. Okay. So if I use this one, it will clash with this address. So means I cannot use number the byte 0 because what? Byte 0 already used. So the next byte is variable is what? 1. So actually by logic I can use 1, no problem. But when I use 1, the next one will be difficult for me because it's an odd number, right? Okay. So the best one is 2. Even though I'm not using anything here. So means I reserve this one. Maybe some later I want to use something like this, right? Now I can use this. So if here MD0, here what number I can use? So here MD2 means here what number? MD54. No. Because inside here, now inside MD0 I have 4 byte 0, 1, 2, 3. So if I use MD2 means whatever, it automatically use MD3, memory byte 2, memory byte 3, memory byte 4, memory byte 5. Because double means 4 byte. So the next number is available what? 6. So here will be MD6. The structure is like this. But the number of bit must be like this, from here to here. This is the first bit. This is bit number 32. Okay? So means if you want to write, that's why I write it like this. 0 2 like this. But when you read the binary number, you must read from right to left. Okay, that's how it works. You go to your program. Okay, you key MD2 here, then I will show you how it works. Yeah, we did it that, yes. MD2, enter. You can put here, never mind, this one don't need to put anything. You can right click this tag 1, right click, rename. Rename. Yeah, okay. You put timer 1 input. Timer 1. Timer 1 input. Change. MD2. The next one, right? So you can go to tools. You click on the program block. Program. Yeah, okay. Go to tools now. Okay. Can you see assignment list? Assignment list. Assignment list. This one can use. You open it? No. You click the program block, then go to tools, assignment list. You can see the tools? Not the tools above. No, these tools. You see assignment list. Assignment list means it will show which one are used. Can you see? Under IB0, I already used bit 0 and 1. It means this one means 0.0 and this one 0.1. I already used. You go down here. Then for the output QB0, right? I already used Q0.0, 0.1, 0.2. Okay. In this case, you see, I already used memory by 0.0 and 0.1. Okay. Then I use double word starting from MD2 until, because I just in MD2 only, right? But you see here it shows I already used from byte 2 until byte 5. So next available is 6. Okay, but it will show here that here it will show the one I already used. Okay. So let's say even because this one is very helpful. You know why? Because let's say the program is very good, already done everything. Suddenly you want to add only one bit, you know. You don't know which bit to add. You just open like this. So from here you know already. Okay, because I already used 0.0, 0.1, 0.2 until 0.7 is available. I can use, no problem. Okay, or the best way is what I do. Okay, go back to here. Okay, like for this I need to put the address, right? So like I said, MD2 already used. Next one is MD6, right? But let's say program very big. You know, you go to assignment list also so many memory things. So the best practice you do is you just double click. You just give a name first. Timer 1 display or timer 1 run. just type in a name, timer 1, display or run. Okay, enter, because this one is not defined, right? Because it's not in my tag table. So what I do after I write the name, right click, define tag. So it will automatically give me the MD6. So it will automatically give me the available. Okay, good. You go down, you try. For this, okay. So I already used 6. 6 means 6, 7, 8, 9. Next number is 10, right? I don't want to use 10. What I want to do is 10 means 10, 11, 12, 13. I want to use 14. Manually key in MD14. Okay. Then you go to the program info. So they already give you because you use 2 to 5 as a double word, 6 to 9 as a double word, then starting from 14 to 17. 10 or not in use, so it won't show here. Okay, go to main. Never mind. So means normally what we do, 14 used to be that we go to the next one, jump right, 18 right. But if I put the name, you put timer 2 display. Enter. Right click. Can you see automatically give you 10? Because it's available. So sometimes when I do project, initially when I start, I try to manually key in the MD. After so many programs, they need to add up. I always use this method. Just to I forget which memory is available, right? Because do a lot of time again need to go up to some interlog. And you just use this method. Because it can do mistakes. I know why. Because I will tell you what mistake. Like I said, I cannot use MD0, right? Okay. Because of this one. Okay, go down. Put here MD0. And later we can do it. You see, there's no error. Even though this number, this 0 is clashing with the 0.1, right? Didn't give me error. But how I know it's clashing, I can get from here. You see? Same number clashing. The memory byte 0, I use as a bit and also double bit. Same clashing. But in your program, it won't give you any error. Go back here. You click compile. Normally error means that it straight away show error here. But I mean, you compile. You bring this one up. See, no error, no warning. Because some program we do like this. Means we use the bit and also the double word. But in this case, we cannot use that. Some other place we can do. So that's why no error. So we need to be very careful with that. Okay. So we undo lah. So this one just now already 14, right? Undo again. You put here MD18, or you just want to put a name also, like timer 3 input. Right click, define. Then can you see automatic 89? Then timer 3 display. Okay, you save, download. Okay, monitor. So you can bring it down. All the ways. Okay. Now the value is 0, right? Because we haven't keyed anything. So actually, if we have a HMI, from the HMI we can key. For now, we can directly key in from here. We double click here. Just put 10S. Okay. Then the second one, put 5S. Double click on the value 5S. Then you can put the last one also can put 5S. Then you can test. So here you can see the display. Here you can key. So later when we do HMI, this one we can put in the HMI. Then from the HMI can key. Now anytime we can key in the values. Okay. So that is the function of memory 2. So the function of memory 2 lah. 1, it will help for my program because after the timer I need to store this signal, right? This value. So I use the memory. Then I can use the memory to on. Then another place is like this. From the HMI I can key. So that is actually the function of the memory. Okay, good. Any question? So far okay, yeah? Right. So we stop here. Never be done. We stop here, you save. Then we can continue to borrow. Okay, tomorrow we do a small project lah. Simple project. I think last time was similar project lah. Okay, do a simple project. So because from the project we know okay when to use this function, when to use input, output, memory, all that. Then we can do some HMI program.
Here not so many people here. Many. To see, I mean this area. Yes, not many car.
Not many car, maybe public
Holiday. Oh. Normally many car.
not that busy lah.
Not that
Okay, no
busy.
problem. Because it's like a pass by because you can go straight also. If someone have something to do with this area, then only they come.
Not many shop here.
Not many shop. Because last time that is like a film or like a digital school lah, like a photography school and then now they shifted to other place. But last time they have the whole 3 shop front areas. Then these 2 restaurants. Lunchtime, a lot of cars come for makan. Then other than that, because now this tree is nothing, empty, fully empty. Then upstairs also, here also empty. And at the back also a lot of, how to say, a lot of offices here.
Oh, okay.
A lot of offices.
What is this area called?
Ampoi.
Rampoi.
Yeah.
So not familiar.
Actually it's middle, in between Skudai and Ampoi.
I think I remember you mentioned many Singaporeans like to come to
Yeah.
quite near from Singapore here.
Yeah.
Quite near.
Because from here to the first link, I think no jam lah. I think it's around less than 30 minutes.
Oh.
So lunchtime okay because nobody going come out. So lunchtime they want to come for makan, being public holiday. Yeah. I don't think so today public holiday for no, today public holiday for the Hari Vesak day yesterday, right? Same. I think only tomorrow is additional for Malaysia lah, for our own business. Only public holiday I will go for some training. I do training because sometimes personal they want to come for training. For public holiday easy for them. Only to take off.
You flexible?
Yeah.
You don't know now, so boring.
Yeah, of course. Sometimes the whole week no training.
Yeah.
So boring.
Boring.
Yeah, because as I said,
Project not consistent,
no, I don't take many projects. I take only one project at a time. So because suddenly if suddenly got training, then I cannot consider my projects finish. So that's why because now last time also I just finished 2 or 3 months back I finished with the project with the UTM. But it's very long project because initially when they come to us, I told them that I can only work on weekends because if I have training, they also say because this one they do some machine for research purpose. The lecturers do, so they say it's flexible. So last year October I start. They approve, then I start to buy the parts. I build the panel, then I go install. Within 1 month I go install. But slowly I program. They do something, they modify, and I go program until I think I will.
But normally training they schedule they just suddenly come in say one training.
No, if let's say for example, this week, okay, yours next week, there's personal. The following week, currently following week is empty. So suddenly like if someone by this week, right, someone's request for training, then I tell them okay, 15 to 19 are available. So they want to come, they come. That's the problem. That's why if I want to take project for company also, what I do is normally I take upgrading one. Means the program is already there. So I take the program.
Yeah.
So programming is